Soon, the busy Void Guard disciples inside the other universe temples, as well as Huang Xinyang and the couple dozen Phoenix clan members, were all gathered in the Grand Hall. Although the Grand Tao of Space was a bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan, their current heritage wasn't enough for any of their clansmen to obtain higher attainment than Yang Kai. Perhaps the former Phoenix clan leader who died in the Barren Territory War could match him, but until now, the Phoenix clan still hadn't seen the rise of a Ninth Order Phoenix. That was why the Phoenixes were also excited after hearing that Yang Kai would personally show them how to arrange the new space array. As for the Void Tao Temple disciples, there was no doubt that they were excited as well. They were born in the Void World and inherited their Grand Tao from Yang Kai. Hence, their respect and admiration for their Tao Lord was unparalleled. Once everyone was gathered, Yang Kai spoke up, "You've worked hard these past few years. The formation of the Void Guard is crucial to the future dispatch and support of our army. However, there are only a few who are proficient in the Tao of Space, so even though it will be difficult, I hope all of you can persevere through this." The disciples below answered, saying things like, "It was nothing," or "It was our duty." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "At first, I was planning on waiting until all the universe temples were gathered before demonstrating the new space arrays we would be arranging and their wonders. But something unexpected happened, so I was caught up for a while. Luckily, there is still ample time, so it's not a major concern. There are no large errors in how you all are approaching the new space arrays, so there are only some slight changes to be made. You might not understand with just my explanation, so I will personally arrange a space array while you observe and emulate my process." The crowd agreed and became excited. Watching a Ninth Order Master setting up a space array up close, especially a Ninth Order Master who was proficient in the Tao of Space, was equivalent to an opportunity to gain epiphany or enlightenment. It was a chance that was hard to come by. Back when Yang Kai was on the Black Ink battlefield, he needed to exchange a massive amount of military merits for a chance to listen to any Ninth Order Old Ancestor share their insights in person. Therefore, everyone present, even the Phoenixes, focused all their attention on what he did and said next. Yang Kai flew up and swiped with his hand. Space principles fell and completely removed the space array Li Wu Yi and the others created, making it as though it never existed. After that, he took out the resources he had prepared in advance and used his technique to refine them. While doing so, he added the first pattern inside the Universe Temple. A space array is used as a means of transportation. With the help of the connection between space arrays, we can cross through the void and instantly move from one space array to another. So, the first thing we need to consider is the stability of the array. If an array isn't stable enough, it might cause an accident while one is in transit, exiling people to the void. Those of us who cultivate the Tao of Space might be able to find our way out of such a situation, but ordinary soldiers won't be able to do that. While Yang Kai was explaining, several delicate but complex patterns began forming inside the Grand Hall. As the space principles fluctuated, all the Void Guard disciples had thoughtful expressions on their faces. Once the array is stable enough, the next thing to consider is the teleportation distance. Yang Kai continued, "We can't just look at the current situation, we have to think about the future as well. Few here participated in the original crusade, so you don't have an idea about the distance we needed to travel. When all the great passes set out to the primordial heaven source restriction, it took them some 20 years to arrive. With such a large distance, once the war breaks out in full, it will be nearly impossible for the rear bases to send any reinforcements to the front lines without the help of space arrays. Therefore, the true aim of forming the Void Guard is to pave two paths. One from High Heaven territory to the No-Return Pass, and another one from the No-Return Pass to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. That way, the reinforcements sent from the back can reach the primordial heaven source grand restriction as soon as possible. Only through this method can we wage a successful war. If we humans suffer a major loss of supplies or are cut off from reinforcements, we won't be able to continue fighting. Therefore, all of the space arrays must at least fulfill one criterion. The distance they cover must be at least an entire great territory. Hearing this, everyone paled. Using just 2 space arrays to cross an entire great territory was no simple feat that was such a great distance that with their current methods and plans, it was simply impossible to achieve. However, since Yang Kai came to personally demonstrate how to set up the new space arrays, It meant that he had found a way to solve this problem. Once they thought about that, the crowd calmed down slightly. A stable array that can allow one to cross such a distance isn't enough, though. We also have to think about the number of people the array can teleport in one transmission, and also the consumption to do so. Only after we solve all these problems can the space arrays be of use to us. Everyone in the grand hall remained silent while only Xianxia spoke from time to time. Meanwhile, those delicate and complex patterns became denser and gradually filled the grand hall. All the void guards were entranced by what was happening. When they felt the dense strength of space principles surging around Xianxia, they felt even more admiration for him. Previously, when they were arranging the space arrays, they did every step carefully and cautiously, afraid that one small mishap would ruin everything. On the other hand, Xianxia acted both swiftly and effortlessly, making many wonder if they were even setting up the same array. Half a day later, Xianxia stopped. Then, before everyone's eyes, he inserted his strength inside the array, activating it. The patterns began to shine, and the void above the array began to twist. Such a scene undoubtedly showed that the array had been successfully arranged and activated. But since there was no corresponding array to link with, no teleportation actually occurred. As the crowd silently watched Xianxia set up this array, they noticed that there weren't any major differences from the array they were arranging before, just some subtle changes here and there. However, those small modifications had a massive effect on the array, which allowed it to fulfill the conditions Xianxia had mentioned before. The Void Guard disciples gained a lot from observing this demonstration up close. Once Xianxia withdrew his strength, the array gradually dimmed. "Are there any questions?" Xianxia asked. Like a stone being thrown into a calm lake, numerous questions were thrown at Xianxia all at once. Gesturing for them to calm down, Xianxia said, "One at a time." During the following days, Xianxia answered the questions from the 100-plus Void Guards, explaining the wonders of the Tao of Space and the space array to them in turn. In just a few days, at least half of those present saw their mastery of the Tao of Space increase by a level. After the last question was answered, Xianxia finally rose to his feet. "All right, I'll leave the task of arranging the rest of the space arrays to all of you. Whether the human race's second crusade goes smoothly depends on this matter, so please work together and don't slack off." Li Wuyi immediately cupped his fist. "Here, I leave you in charge of things here." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and took a step forward before disappearing. Meanwhile, Li Wuyi lowered his head respectfully, only to suddenly realize something was not right. And when he looked over, Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. At first, he thought that since Xianxia had returned and he wouldn't have to worry about the Void Guard anymore, only needing to do his part in the project. But now, Xianxia was acting like an arm-flinging shopkeeper, officially putting Li Wuyi in charge. Outside the star boundary, somewhere in the barren void of high heaven territory, several figures stood upright while looking tentatively into the distance with anticipation and excitement. All those figures were either in the 7th or 8th order open heaven realm, with many of them being at the very peak of the 8th order. Though they were from different backgrounds, they were all basically from the cave heavens and paradises or high heaven palace. Only a few of them were from other sects or families. 2 of them were the youngest star boundary great emperors, Scarlet Clouds and Wind and Thunder, standing with the high heaven palace disciples. Although they were technically disciples of the cave heavens and paradises disciples, they were born and raised in the star boundary, so they felt a sense of belonging to the latter. With over 100 such masters gathered in one place, it was obvious that something big was about to happen. Moreover, if one knew who all of those gathered here were, they would discover an even more shocking fact. All the cultivators present had directly broken through to the 7th order open heaven realm, which meant they all had a chance to become 9th order masters. In other words, everyone standing here was a future hope of the human race, a future powerhouse. There was only one reason why they were gathered here. Someone was about to break through to the 9th order. After the last battle in the barren territory and thousands of years of accumulating their strength, the humans finally had a new generation of masters ready to break through to become 9th order masters. The Supreme Headquarters naturally wouldn't ignore such a huge matter, so they immediately gathered these rising stars here so that they could observe the process. After all, this would benefit them, and they might comprehend something from it. Also, they would have a reference for when it was their turn to break through. This was a sign of the beginning of a new era. Like Xianxia had said back then, when the first Ninth Order Master emerged from the younger generation, it would be the start of many more Ninth Order Masters emerging. That was something the Black Ink clan couldn't compare to. At that moment, while the void was fluctuating, Xianxia appeared and everyone turned their attention to him. Right then, everyone began calling out to him with Sir, Dao Lord, and Palace Master. Many of the cultivators observing the situation were either from the Void Dao Temple or High Heaven Palace. From the front of the crowd, Yonglai beckoned to Xianxia. Over here. A major event like the first of the younger generation breaking through to reach the Ninth Order was something the Supreme Headquarters would pay great attention to. If Mi Jingluan hadn't been swamped with work, he would have even personally come to stand guard. It was a pity that he had many matters on his hands and couldn't make it. Therefore, he dragged Yonglai out of his retreat and made him oversee the situation here. Moreover, Mi Jingluan had also mentioned this matter to Xianxia before he left the Supreme Headquarters and asked Xianxia to come over if he was free. After all, the rising star breaking through to the Ninth Order today was from High Heaven Palace. Being High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Xianxia should be here no matter what. Xianxia arrived beside Yonglai in the void and cupped his fist at the old man to the side. Congratulations, old you. Though Yu Changdao had already reached the peak of the Eighth Order a long time ago, he still couldn't help but feel nervous while replying, Congratulations to you too, Palace Master. His nervousness wasn't without reason. The cultivator breaking through this time was his legacy disciple, the one he took under his wing and carefully trained, the one born with a special constitution made for cultivating his grand Dao, Shi Dezhuang. Shi Dezhuang was a man with a very modest name. If one only heard of his name but never saw him, one might mistake him for a villager living in some backwater countryside. However, from today onward, it would also be a name heralded through the ages as it belonged to the momentous first person to break through directly to the Seventh Order after the World Tree Clone began nurturing the star boundary. One could say that Shi Dezhuang was a symbol of the rise of a new generation. When the cave heavens and paradises received news of the effects of the World Tree Clone's nourishment, many came to the star boundary and built Dao temples, dividing up the land and taking in disciples. In the beginning, though all cultivators living in the star boundary received nourishment from the World Tree Clone, there wasn't anyone who could be described as heaven-defying. That was until Yu Changdao found Shi Dezhuang. The child who took his widowed mother's maiden name had a modest given name, but had a truly rare physique. He was born with the innate Dao body which was perfectly suited to cultivating a certain core secret art from free and unfettered paradise. Since Yu Changdao came from free and unfettered paradise, he naturally wanted to take Shi Dezhuang as his disciple. If he got Shi Dezhuang to become his disciple, he would be able to cultivate this secret art to its pinnacle and establish a lasting legacy. Moreover, Yu Changdao couldn't become a Ninth Order Master in his lifetime, but if he carefully taught Shi Dezhuang, who had an exceptional attitude and was born with a perfect physique for cultivating, the latter might stand a chance to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Through this, Yu Changdao's successor would be remembered throughout history. Free and unfettered paradise was well known and highly ranked among the 72 paradises. Therefore, they were one of the top great forces in the 3,000 worlds. As for Yu Changdao, he was a Seventh Order inner sect elder at the time and had a high status. Anyone who came across such an opportunity was extremely lucky and would probably agree to it happily. However, Shi Dezhuang's widowed mother, Xianxia, had different ideas. When faced with the idea of Yu Changdao taking Shi Dezhuang in as his legacy disciple, she firmly disagreed. Back then, it had not been long since Xianxia worked with the other great emperors to defeat great demon god Moshang and save the star boundary. High Heaven Palace had an unparalleled reputation in the star boundary and was well known throughout the world. All cultivators in the star boundary took joining High Heaven Palace as their goal in life, so they didn't care about any cave heaven or paradise. Shi Dezhuang's father had died only months prior to Yu Changdao's arrival, and before he passed away, his final wish was that if his child could cultivate, he would enter High Heaven Palace. Xianxia was just an ordinary woman, simple-minded and ignorant, but such people could be more stubborn than any others. She remembered her husband's last words and insisted that Shi Dezhuang enter High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao was shocked and confused for quite a while after he went to Lu Kaixia's doorstep and told her he wanted to take Shi Dezhuang in as his disciple. After asking for the reason for her refusal, Yu Changdao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt how difficult this matter would be. With his identity and abilities, he naturally could forcefully bring Shi Dezhuang away. But by the same token, trampling the wishes of a mortal couple was far beneath his dignity. With no other choice, Yu Changdao thought of Yang Kai and personally visited him to discuss this matter with him. At first, he wanted Yang Kai to come forward and persuade Lu Kaixia to agree to let Yu Changdao take her son as his disciple. After all, this matter was greatly beneficial to Shi Dezhuang. After many twists and turns, Yu Changdao somehow became a high-ranked guest elder of High Heaven Palace and Shi Dezhuang's master after he entered High Heaven Palace. Yu Changdao knew Yang Kai had dug a pit for him in this matter, but no matter the process, he still gained his desired legacy disciple, so he jumped in all on his own. Over the years, Yu Changdao poured everything he could into nurturing his disciple. At the same time, Shi Dezhuang proved worthy of his excellent physique as his cultivation increased rapidly. What was even rarer was that he inherited his mother's modest and steady personality, not showing any of the arrogance and conceit that many gifted children had. This naturally made Yu Changdao even more satisfied. Yu Changdao guided Shi Dezhuang all the way through his cultivation, from directly reaching the 7th order until today, when he was finally about to become a 9th order master. Yu Changdao immediately reported this matter to the Supreme Headquarters, and Mi Jing Luan treated the news very seriously. Not only had he dispatched Ouyang Lai to stand guard for the event, he even told Yang Kai about this. With 2 9th Order masters overseeing the situation here, it could be said that so long as Shi Dezhuang had accumulated enough heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through. Looking in that direction, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Thousands of years have passed just like that. It was as though the matter of Shi Dezhuang finding a master had only happened yesterday. It happened before Yang Kai headed to the Black Ink battlefield. Even though Yang Kai was now a 9th Order master, he couldn't help but exclaim how time seemed to fly by. The higher his cultivation, the faster time seemed to pass for Yang Kai. Thinking back to the days he had just begun cultivating, he felt every day and year was filled with adventure and fulfillment. But now, even a simple retreat could take dozens of years without him knowing it. Even though an 8th Order master had a long lifespan, Yu Changdao had obviously become older after several thousand years. As for Yang Kai, he still looked the same as he did on that day. This kid has a good foundation. Ouyang Lai was looking in Shi Dezhuang's direction with an approving expression. When mentioning that, the usually calm Yu Changdao had a proud expression as he chuckled. The biggest virtue my disciple possesses is that he's never been anxious about his cultivation, so his foundation is naturally more stable than the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was laughing on the side. You need solid ground to build a grand tower. With a more stable foundation, he will be able to ascend higher than others. There's a good chance that his breakthrough will be smooth sailing, so you have nothing to worry about. Old Yu? With a bitter laugh, Yu Changdao replied, I know, but how could I not be worried at this moment? Wouldn't you worry if it were your disciple here? Yang Kai smiled faintly. My 3 disciples are all people who exceed the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. They will definitely become 9th Order masters, so I have nothing to worry about. Hearing that, Yu Changdao glared at him. Palace Master, if you say it like that, we have nothing to continue this conversation with. Rolling his eyes, Ouyang Lai quickly changed the subject. Now that you've mentioned your 3 disciples, are they still with the suppressing Black Ink army? Yang Kai nodded, a trace of worry on his face. Because the old tree had fallen into a coma, he couldn't head to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction to check on the situation there. They're probably not having it easy there either, Ouyang Lai sighed. Counting the days, your eldest disciple and second disciple began cultivating at almost the same time as Shi Dezhuang. Theoretically, they should have almost reached the point of breaking through to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm too. Who knows? Yang Kai shook his head. Yu Changdao was a little frustrated. It's not that this old master wants to lecture you, Palace Master, but you care too little about your disciples. As he was a High Heaven Palace high-rank guest elder, he had a good relationship with the others from the sect. His and Shi Dezhuang's relationship resembled a father and son, whereby he would be with Shi Dezhuang all day and carefully teach and train him. On the other hand, Yang Kai and his few disciples were the exact opposite. Yu Changdao had rarely seen Yang Kai interacting with his disciples. To describe it in one saying, it would be, the master teaches the trade, but the disciples' skills are self-made. However, even though Yang Kai didn't teach them much, his disciples all had excellent achievements. Before they joined the suppressing Black Ink Army, all 3 disciples had reached the 8th order with hopes of becoming 9th order masters. I was busy. Yang Kai spread his hands hopelessly. I do want to be like old Yu and teach them personally, but I can't help it. Yu Changdao groaned and sighed. It's been hard on you. Without you, the human race might not have made it to this day. It's starting. Ouyang Lai suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, the 7th Order and 8th Order masters eavesdropping on the trio's conversation also instantly became solemn and looked in the direction of the void. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw Shi Dezhuang sitting down cross-legged. His small universe's illusory phantom had appeared behind him. Dao strengths flowed as world force pulsed rhythmically. An 8th Order master becoming a 9th Order master was the greatest achievement when cultivating the open heaven realm method. The path to the peak was treacherous, and one would fall with one slip and suffer a tragic ending. Since ancient times, there weren't a lot of cultivators who could directly advance to the 7th Order open heaven realm, but there weren't few either. However, there were only around 109th Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises on the Black Ink battlefield. Not everyone who had the qualifications to become a 9th Order master would succeed because even the breakthrough process was very risky. If the cultivator failed at the last moment, the lightest consequence would be damaging their small universe, causing them to be unable to reach the 9th Order, similar to Xianxia's previous situation. The heavier consequence would be destroying the cultivator's small universe and instantly perishing. Many people had failed in this final step, so there hadn't been many 9th Order masters over the years. The crowd could clearly see the illusory phantom behind Shi Dezhuang increasing in size like a balloon being blown up. Meanwhile, the scene inside the small universe had become blurry because it was getting more bloated. A while later, it was restored to its original condition. After that, it happened again. The movement made it seem like the small universe had its own life force and was slowly breathing. Following every cycle, the small universe would slowly break through its limitations. It's extremely dangerous for an 8th Order master to become a 9th Order master. The cave heavens and paradises have naturally studied this matter for hundreds of thousands of years and come up with all kinds of methods to assist in this process. The current technique Shi Dezhuang is using is the most common and ordinary bridging method. Although all of you come from different backgrounds, many of you have reached the peak of the 8th Order open heaven realm, so I believe your masters and elders have spoken about this to you. The bridging method might seem ordinary, but it is also the safest method. Its only flaw is that it takes a long time. All of you will experience this day too, so I hope you can take away something from today. Ouyang Lai said aloud. The open heaven realm masters observing nodded and agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was instantly intrigued. Do the cave heavens and paradises have many secret techniques related to this breakthrough? Yu Changdao nodded and replied, Of course. The heritage accumulated by the cave heavens and paradises are something other great forces find hard to reach. Hearing that, Yang Kai agreed. The accumulation gathered throughout several millions of years is no joke. I'll inquire about it later. There's no need for that. Head manager Hua has already asked the cave heavens and paradises about such matters. Also, these things aren't confidential anymore and can be exchanged for military merits. The immense external pressure had forced the human race to be united in good faith. In the past, all the cave heavens and paradises had hoarded their secret techniques from the public. These breakthrough secret techniques were naturally not taught to outsiders and difficult for ordinary people to access. The current reality was a huge contrast from back then. Not only were these highly revered and precious secret techniques available to the general public now, but they could also easily be obtained in exchange for a certain number of military merits. In terms of heritage, High Heaven Palace was naturally inferior compared to the extensive accumulation of the established top great forces. It was fortunate that High Heaven Palace had Hua Qingxi. While Xianxia was wandering the vast universe all this time, she had taken care of High Heaven Palace in an orderly manner. Even the secret techniques and the breakthrough secret techniques that needed to be exchanged with military merits had been collected from various sources in advance. In this way, High Heaven Palace disciples would not need to spend too much effort and resources to obtain these secret techniques when the need arose. Shi Dezhuang's breakthrough was very different from Ouyang Lai and Xianxia's breakthrough. The limits of Ouyang Lai and Xianxia were the peak of the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, they were limited by the innate shackles of the Open Heaven method at the time. When their cultivation reached their respective limits, a world barrier had formed around their small universe. Unfortunately, the boundary wall surrounding their small universe could not be broken with their strength alone. They had to borrow the help of an external force to break through the boundary wall. Ouyang Lai had made use of a supreme-grade open heaven pill, while Xianxia had relied upon the Three Selves source reconstitution art. On the other hand, Shi Dezhuang's breakthrough was not as troublesome. He had advanced directly to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, so he had the qualifications to reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm in the first place. At present, he only needed to overcome his bottleneck to succeed. It was just as Ouyang Lai had said. The breakthrough secret technique that Shi Dezhuang had chosen was one of the simplest. Compared to other breakthrough secret techniques, no additional requirements or cultivation resources were needed. In fact, it could be said that most Eighth Order masters aiming to advance to the Ninth Order could choose this secret technique. Nevertheless, the disadvantage of this secret technique was obvious. It took a long time. The longer one spent during the advancement process, the greater the number of unknown variables that would appear. That was why the old ancestors who previously advanced to the Ninth Order would rarely choose this method. They were more likely to choose a breakthrough secret technique that required additional cultivation resources or secret techniques during their advancement to increase their success rate and decrease the time required. Only those like Shi Dezhuang, who not only had a solid foundation and confidence in their strength, but would also not be afraid of such variables. The illusory phantom of Shi Dezhuang's small universe continuously expanded and contracted. These movements closely resembled the breathing of a living creature, and every movement was stronger than the one from before. His breakthrough process was quite slow. With the continuous expansion and contraction of his small universe, his aura finally accumulated to a critical limit after half a month of effort. At a certain point, his small universe expanded but did not shrink back to its original size as before and simply continued instead. His small universe quickly expanded until the extreme. Despite the great distance, the group of people standing far away could clearly sense the burgeoning world force coming from that direction. Yu Changdao's expression instantly became tense. Likewise, the expressions of the Seventh Order and Eighth Order masters observing the advancement process became serious. Everyone could tell that the final moment had arrived. The success or failure of the accumulated progress throughout the past half-month hinged upon this moment. Similarly, both Xianxia and Ouyang Lai were focused on the situation in front of them. The main reason for their presence was to stand guard for Shi Dezhuang. To put it simply, their role as so-called protectors was to take action to save Shi Dezhuang if he failed in his advancement. Such an act would be tough even for two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so they could only do their best if necessary. However, Xianxia's expression soon relaxed and he smiled lightly. "Congratulations, old you." He had made the same statement when he came here half a month ago. Nevertheless, the meaning was completely different when he repeated it now. Upon hearing those words, Yu Changdao hurriedly looked over. His tensed expression finally relaxed when he saw Xianxia nodding at him. Almost at the same time, an astonishing amount of aura erupted from Shi Dezhuang's direction. It was followed by an intense wave of world force that swept outward into the surroundings. In front of everybody's eyes, his small universe, which should have already expanded to its limit, abruptly expanded even more. The greatest characteristic displayed during the advancement of an Open Heaven Realm Master was the expansion of their small universe. It was only when the territory of their small universe expanded exponentially that their strength would experience earth-shaking changes. Both Ouyang Lai and Xianxia deeply understood this principle, but more importantly, Shi Dezhuang had undoubtedly achieved the desired results at this moment. Countless open heaven realm masters began to cheer at the sight. Meanwhile, Yu Changdao reached up to stroke his beard. His heart was filled with a sense of relief, but he smiled brilliantly in the face of the congratulatory cheers from the people around him. On this day, the first of the new generation of Ninth Order Masters was born to the human race outside the star boundary. It was later recorded in history books that the birth of this Ninth Order Master heralded the arrival of a new era. Yang Kai did not stay for long. Although Shi Dezhuang had successfully advanced to the Ninth Order, he would need time to consolidate his new strength. Therefore, Yang Kai left Ouyang Lai to watch over Shi Dezhuang and returned to the star boundary. Without alerting anyone, he came to a certain spot on the World Tree Clone where a tree cave was located. The interior was spacious and resembled a secluded home. This tree cave secluded home was where he had hidden himself to recuperate from his wounds in the past. To cultivate the three selves source reconstitution art back then, Yang Kai had paid a huge price to create his human self and monster self. Each time he created one of his selves, he would severely damage his foundation by splitting his soul in half. Hence, he had hidden himself here to recuperate from his wounds. On this occasion, his return was not for recuperation but for cultivation. Several hundred years had passed since he advanced to the Ninth Order and his heritage had clearly increased during this period, but strictly speaking, he was still just a newly advanced Ninth Order Master with a lot of room for growth. If he cultivated steadily, he would probably need to spend thousands of years to improve his cultivation to the limits in his current order. Unfortunately, the human race's second crusade was fast approaching. There was not much time left for him to cultivate, so he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. If it were anybody else, they might not have a good method to increase their cultivation quickly, but fortunately for Yang Kai, he was one of the great emperors of the star boundary, so he could borrow the power of the star boundary to increase his strength. That was precisely the reason why the great emperors of the star boundary, and even Thunder Shadow, were able to increase their cultivation to their limits far faster than ordinary people. It was because they cultivated with support from the power of the universe world. That was especially true for the star boundary. The accumulation of feedback from the World Tree Clone over several thousands of years had greatly enhanced the star boundary's heritage. At present, not only was the star boundary's world energy indescribably rich, but the world's grand Tao and principles were also extremely stable. It could be said that there had never been another universe world like the star boundary throughout history, and this unprecedented phenomenon was all thanks to the uninterrupted feedback from the World Tree Clone. If somebody had the ability to absorb all the power in the star boundary, it would be enough for them to become a Ninth Order Master out of thin air. Furthermore, that person would be an extremely mighty Ninth Order Master. Yang Kai planned to borrow the power of the star boundary to cultivate. To put it simply, he would be utilizing the world energy of the star boundary to enhance the heritage of his small universe directly. He had done something similar before. At the time, he had borrowed the power of the star boundary to temporarily raise his cultivation from the Sixth Order to the Seventh Order in order to confront a powerful enemy. Although he later returned most of the power to the star boundary, a small portion had remained in his small universe. This small portion of power had saved him hundreds of years of secluded cultivation, and it was precisely because of this incident that he discovered the benefits of being a great emperor of such a universe world. Extracting the world energy from the star boundary would naturally cause damage to the star boundary, but the star boundary's heritage was unprecedentedly rich. As long as he was measured in his usage and avoided causing damage to the foundation of the star boundary, there would not be any problems. Furthermore, the power he absorbed would eventually be replenished again as long as the World Tree Clone remained in the star boundary. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the tree cave and focused his mind. With a single thought, the entire star boundary came under his control. "Please assist me," he murmured softly and opened the portal to his small universe. In the next moment, an invisible and intangible force slowly began to gather from various parts of the star boundary. The force subsequently flooded into his small universe only to be refined and absorbed by him. Despite the drain on the star boundary's world energy, the change was minimal. Even if a Ninth Order Master were standing here, they would have trouble detecting the changes unless they were paying very close attention. Nevertheless, the great emperors of the star boundary noticed the changes immediately. Having been recognized as great emperors by the world's will, they shared the fate of the star boundary. It was only natural for them to notice the slightest changes and abnormalities in the star boundary. For a moment, the great emperors looked startled and immediately tracked the source of the phenomenon to investigate the situation. Once they learned the disturbance was caused by Yang Kai's actions, they immediately felt relieved and did not bother to interrupt his cultivation. This couldn't be helped. Every one of them had done something similar in the past, including the two youngest great emperors. The two newly advanced great emperors had advanced from the 7th order to the 8th order in several hundred years. That was not a cultivation speed that an ordinary person could hope to achieve. If they had not used the power of the star boundary to strengthen themselves, it would have been impossible for them to advance to the 8th order so quickly. Conversely, Yang Kai had never done this in the past because he had always been traveling extensively throughout the years. That was why the great emperors immediately understood his intentions once they realized that the incident was caused by Yang Kai. It was evident that he wanted to increase his strength as quickly as possible so that he would have an easier time in the upcoming war. Yang Kai was the strongest 9th order master alive. Hence, it would be greatly beneficial for the human race if he could increase his strength at a rapid pace. The star boundary's world energy flowed continuously into Yang Kai's small universe like an invisible stream of water and vanished into thin air. At the same time, the heritage of the void world in his small universe strengthened at an astonishing speed. Using this method to enhance his cultivation with the power of the star boundary was orders of magnitude more efficient than refining cultivation materials or open heaven pills. The power of a universe world itself contained various types of grand Dao, so if someone like Zhan Wuhen were to cultivate with this method, he would have to spare some time and energy to remove the Dao strengths that he did not cultivate. Such measures were necessary to prevent his small universe from being polluted. However, Yang Kai had no such need. He was currently proficient in 10,000 grand Daos, so he basically dabbled in every kind of Dao strength that existed. Therefore, he would not be troubled by the different kinds of Dao strengths pouring into his small universe from the star boundary. On the contrary, these Dao strengths would enhance his attainments in their corresponding grand Daos instead. It could be said that he was completely accepting of all the power that flowed into him from the star boundary. Everything could become his capital to become stronger. As the days passed and turned into years, the power of the star boundary constantly flowed into the void world without pause. Nevertheless, Yang Kai ensured that his actions created minimal effects by scrupulously following the principle of making gradual and orderly progress. That was why ordinary cultivators could barely sense any changes to the star boundary. Only the open heaven realm masters with high enough cultivation gradually began to notice that the star boundary was different from before. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes inside the tree cave located in the world tree clone. Closing the portal to his small universe, he severed his connection with the star boundary and breathed out deeply. Although he had only cultivated in retreat for 10 short years, his overall strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. When he looked inside himself, he discovered that the heritage of his small universe had more than doubled in depth compared to 10 years ago. That was not all. Even the various Dao strengths in his small universe had gotten more potent during this period. If the 9th order was divided into early, middle, and late stages, then Yang Kai had undoubtedly belonged in the early stage 10 years ago. In contrast, he was now well into the middle stage. The past 10 years of cultivation had been almost as effective as cultivating for 2,000 years with normal methods. It was the benefit of using the power of a universe world to cultivate, as well as the exclusive right of a great emperor. Furthermore, this outcome was the product of Yang Kai's intentional restraint. If he had disregarded the consequences and opened his small universe wide to devour the world energy to his heart's content, he would have completely devoured the power of the star boundary in just a few short years. Just like how his heritage had improved by leaps and bounds, the star boundary's heritage had suffered a corresponding amount of damage as a result. Fortunately, the star boundary's heritage was rich enough that there was not much impact on it, even though a substantial amount of world energy had been lost. At the very least, the cultivation and advancement of the cultivators in the star boundary would not be disrupted by this incident. Besides, the lost heritage would eventually be replenished by the world tree clone's continuous feedback. Xianxia had carefully planned everything in advance before he borrowed the power of the star boundary to boost his cultivation. After all, he could not disregard the future of all the living creatures in the star boundary just for his own selfish interests. Otherwise, he would have done so a long time ago. Even though this was the fastest growth in his cultivation he had ever experienced since he advanced to the open heaven realm, Xianxia could not shake the feeling that he had not grown enough. Back in the barren territory, he and several other Ninth Order masters had worked together with Ade and Aer to fight the two black ink giant spirit gods. Hence, he was very familiar with the strength of the giant spirit gods. According to Xianxia's estimations, he would need to reach the peak of the Ninth Order just to fight a black ink giant spirit god on even ground. Even then, it was nothing more than a possibility. Seeing as he was only in the mid-stage of the Ninth Order open heaven realm, it was obvious that he did not fulfill the basic requirements at the moment. Big brother, go to the myriad monsters world. Seeming to sense his intentions, Thunder Shadow's voice appeared in his mind. Have you forgotten? I am a great emperor of the myriad monsters world. Xianxia chuckled at those words. I did not forget. Xianxia had been planning to take a trip to the myriad monsters world, but he had not been certain whether such a trip would be useful. After all, it would be more accurate to say that Thunder Shadow was dead. All that remained was Thunder Shadow's consciousness. There was no saying whether Xianxia would be recognized by the myriad monsters world's will. Nevertheless, it was something he had to try to find out. With that in mind, Xianxia left the tree cave and transformed into a stream of light, soaring into the sky. It did not take long for him to arrive in myriad monsters territory by traveling through the territory gate. Then, he flew straight in the direction of the myriad monsters world. Many years had passed since Xianxia first planted the world tree clone in the myriad monsters world. Compared to back then, the barbaric universe world where only ancient beasts existed now contained many traces of activity from the human race. In fact, the entire myriad monsters world could be said to be ruled by both the human race and monster race. The myriad monsters world had consecutively given birth to many other great emperors since the birth of its first, Thunder Shadow. Most of them were from the monster race, but there were also a few from the human race. That was only natural since the Grand Tao in the myriad monsters world was more inclined towards the Grand Tao of the monster race. Under the feedback from the world tree clone, the myriad monsters world's heritage was no longer comparable to the past. While it was not equal to the star boundary, it was certainly extremely abundant. As soon as Xianxia arrived in the myriad monsters world, he allowed Thunder Shadow to take over his physical body. They found an isolated place with nobody around, and then Thunder Shadow sat down cross-legged and opened both his mind and small universe to connect with the myriad monsters world. In the next moment, the same phenomenon that occurred in the star boundary repeated itself. The world energy of the myriad monsters world poured into Xianxia's small universe without pause and became part of the void world's heritage. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia knew that Thunder Shadow's status as a great emperor was still recognized by the myriad monsters world's will. Otherwise, the connection would not have been formed so easily. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the great emperors in the myriad monsters world, and when they learned that Xianxia was behind the phenomenon, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. As far as they knew, only the great emperors of the myriad monsters world had the qualifications to perform such actions. Xianxia was not a great emperor of the myriad monsters world, so how was he able to achieve such a feat? In any case, the Ninth Order open heaven realm was not something any of them had ever achieved before. Combined with the fact that Xianxia was often performing extraordinary stunts, they did not bother to question the situation even though they were puzzled. 5 years later, a general order was issued by the Supreme Headquarters and relayed throughout the lands where the human race inhabited. When the news spread to the public, everybody knew the war was about to resume. Be that as it may, this war was different from the previous wars. In this war, the human race was taking the initiative to attack the no-return pass and launch an offensive against the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If everything went smoothly, they might even succeed at eliminating the Black Ink clan once and for all. The human race army that had been resting for the past 20 years assembled once more and set off for Black territory. At every location where the human race inhabited, every single person came forward to send off the soldiers who were bravely heading to war. They did not seem overly worried or anxious. On the contrary, they were filled with determination and faith that they would not give up until they broke through the enemy's defenses. When the belief rooted itself in their very being, they firmly believed that the human race army would be invincible and indomitable. For a time, all the places that the human race's various outposts and bases became deserted as all those with the ability to participate in the war had set off to join the fight. In just 3 months, the 12 armies had gathered in Black Territory. The entire Black Territory instantly became overcrowded. As warship after warship continuously arrived, they eventually formed an enormous fleet. At this moment, Mi Jingluan stood with his hands behind his back on a universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located, outside of Puryang Pass. He stared fixedly at the territory gate in the direction of High Heaven Territory. He knew that many of the soldiers who embarked on this mission might never return home. There was a high possibility that many of them would lose their lives on the battlefield. Nevertheless, it was a decision that had to be made. It was also a painful tragedy that the human race was bound to face one day. They could never coexist with the Black Ink clan, and this war would either see their ultimate rise or eternal fall. They would either destroy their enemy or perish in the attempt. A stream of light suddenly came from afar. When the light came closer, Ouyang figure was revealed, and Mi Jingluan inquired, "How is it?" Ouyang shook his head. "He is still cultivating in retreat at the moment, but he should be done soon. The world energy of the myriad monsters world has almost been drawn to the limit before it will severely affect the universe world. That brat will never drain the lake just to catch the fish, after all." Mi Jingluan nodded and suddenly seemed fascinated. "I wonder how much his strength has grown by now." Ouyang had a nonchalant attitude towards the question. "In any case, he is bound to be much stronger than you or I." Then, he couldn't help clicking his tongue in mock annoyance. "If I had known earlier, I would have found a universe world and become the great emperor there." Mi Jinglu burst out laughing. "It's useless even if you become a great emperor. The feedback from the World Tree clone is the only reason the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world have such rich heritage. The great emperors of ordinary universe worlds would not be able to emulate him." "That's true." Ouyang nodded. "As the saying goes, heroes are born during troubled times. While it is different for the Myriad Monsters world, I'm sure that Brat never expected the Star Boundary to become one of the last hopes of the human race when he first planted the World Tree clone there. If not for the Star Boundary, it would have been impossible for the human race to possess such powerful heritage in the present circumstances. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had only planted the World Tree clone in the Star Boundary to save his dying homeland at the time. Needless to say, his small universe and the Myriad Monsters world also played a huge role in the grand scheme of things. It was precisely because of these 3 open heaven realm cradles that countless talented individuals were perpetually being produced among the human race. "How is the situation with the Void Guard?" Ouyang asked. "The space arrays connecting the Star Boundary to the No-Return Pass are already being installed, so it should be completed soon," Mi Jingluan replied. At the moment, their rear was practically deserted. All the cultivators with the slightest ability to participate in the war had been recruited into the human race army. Therefore, only a small number of the old and weak had been left behind. The reason the old and weak had remained behind was not to protect the rear, though. To put it bluntly, the human race would go extinct if they failed to obtain victory in this war, so there was no point in leaving behind the old and infirm when they could not protect anything either. On the contrary, the main reason they stayed behind was to guide the cultivation of the younger generations. Doing so would ensure that the human race had a steady stream of fresh blood being produced in the future, which was extremely crucial for them to gain the capital required to support the front lines during the war. Originally, it would have taken even an 8th Order or 9th Order master quite some time to travel from the Star Boundary to Black Territory. However, the presence of the teleportation road laid by the Void Guard would greatly shorten the travel time required. Besides, this was simply the early stages of their preparations. Once the human race army conquered the No-Return Pass, they would further proceed with the space arrays that would eventually connect directly to the primordial heaven source grand restriction. After exchanging some pleasantries, Ouyang said, "Since everything is going smoothly, I will head to Black Territory first." Go ahead. Relay the order for the troops to wait at ease. Mi Jingluan instructed. Ouyang Lai nodded and left in a flash. A few days later, Mi Jingluan's wait finally ended. He suddenly raised his head to look in a certain direction. There seemed to be a figure rapidly approaching him from that direction. A short while later, a figure stepped out from the ripples in the void. It was none other than Yang Kai, who was late. Long time no see. Yang Kai nodded lightly at Mi Jingluan. Mi Jingluan studied Yang Kai for a moment. Although he could not determine the depth of Yang Kai's strength, the aura that was inadvertently emanating gave him a heavy sense of oppression. It had to be said that Mi Jingluan was also in the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that Yang Kai gave him a sense of oppression meant that the latter's strength had grown tremendously during this period. After all, he did not experience this feeling from Yang Kai 20 years ago. He couldn't help feeling taken aback. What do you estimate your current strength is like? Yang Kai did not know how to answer Mi Jingluan's abrupt question. According to his personal breakdown of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had entered the late middle stage of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm after devouring and refining the heritage of the myriad monsters world. After pondering in silence for a moment, he answered the question. The me right now can defeat 3 of me from 20 years ago. The explanation was so novel and unique that the corners of Mi Jingluan's mouth twitched in response. However, he soon became shocked. The Yang Kai from 20 years ago had already been very strong, but the current Yang Kai could defeat 3 of himself from that past. In just 20 years, his strength had improved significantly. It was difficult to imagine just how much he had grown after devouring and refining the power of 2 Open Heaven Realm cradles. Nevertheless, this was a good thing for the human race. There were not many Ninth Order Masters at the moment, so the greater Yang Kai's strength, the greater the suppression he could exert against the Black Ink clan. Has everything been prepared? Yang Kai glanced at the universe fragment where the Supreme Headquarters was located. This place had always been bustling with people whenever he came here. Not only was the crowd generally packed shoulder to shoulder, but there would also be numerous cultivators constantly flying around performing various tasks. In comparison, the entire universe fragment was vacant and silent at this moment. There was not a single person to be seen anywhere. In fact, the vast pure Yang Pass contained only Mi Jingluan. It was obvious that Mi Jingluan had been waiting for him alone. The human race had drained their entire heritage in order to prepare for the upcoming war. Just looking at the myriad Dao-sealed world built by Yang Kai more than 20 years ago could provide a clear example. The myriad Dao-sealed world no longer existed in anything but name. While the sealed world remained in existence, there was no Dao strength left inside. Even if a cultivator were to enter the sealed world for training, they would no longer obtain any benefits. Such a huge sealed world had been hollowed out by the human race army in just 20 years, and a large number of Eighth Order Masters had been produced as a result. Many veteran Eighth Order Masters also benefited from the sealed world as their attainments in their Grand Daos had improved significantly, which in turn boosted their strength. After so many years of preparation, the human race had exhausted all their possible options. At this moment, they could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the human race. Everything is ready, Mi Jingluan replied. Yang Kai grinned. In that case, let's begin. When the words left his mouth, he summoned the space-time river. The meandering river wound itself around the majestic pure Yang Pass and encircled it like a dragon. As Yang Kai continuously urged the Dao strengths, the void containing the pure Yang Pass was stripped away and then gradually compressed. The main reason why Mi Jingluan had waited for Yang Kai at this spot was that he had no means to bring pure Yang Pass away with him. Apart from Yang Kai, the human race had no other means to transport or move the huge Great Pass. Even Yang Kai had to rely on his space-time river and a certain secret technique to refine the void containing the pure Yang Pass into an existence that resembled a world bead. Needless to say, Yang Kai could probably take the entire pure Yang Pass into his small universe with the current heritage. It was just that pure Yang Pass was so gigantic that taking in pure Yang Pass would place an enormous burden on him, which would inconvenience his future plans. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to follow the original plan and summon the space-time river instead. The Dao strengths kept vibrating strongly. Meanwhile, the space-time river wrapped around Pure Yang Pass shrank at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. After an hour, Pure Yang Pass finally transformed into a fist-sized world bead. Yang Kai put the world bead away and called out to Mi Jingluan, "Let's go." Mi Jingluan took one last look at the universe fragment where the supreme headquarters had been located. Then, he quickly retracted his gaze and left with Yang Kai. After several transfers through various territory gates, Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan arrived at Black Territory a few days later. The huge void was densely packed with an overwhelming number of warships everywhere Yang Kai looked. Most of these warships were standard squad-class warships, but there were also quite a few purifying Black Ink battleships in the mix. The purifying Black Ink battleships, which were surrounded by squad-class warships, looked very conspicuous among the fleet. Even Yang Kai, who had experienced countless large-scale battles, could not help feeling amazed at his first glance at the scene in Black Territory. Back when the human army launched their first crusade against the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the size of the fleet had not been small either. Nonetheless, that was merely the gathering of forces from 100 or so great passes. Comparatively, the current force contained all the existing heritage of the human race. The human race army from back then could not compare with the current human army in terms of the number of open heaven realm masters or the size of the fleet. The only lacking aspect was the number of Ninth Order masters. In that regard, the current human race army could not compare to the human army from back then. There used to be more than 100 Ninth Order masters in the past, but there were no more than 10 of them now. Huh? There's an additional Ninth Order master. Yang Kai glanced in a certain direction in surprise. As soon as he stepped foot in the Black Territory, he instantly detected an unfamiliar aura belonging to a Ninth Order master. It was not Shi Dezhuang who advanced to the Ninth Order 20 years ago, but somebody he did not recognize. Tang Tao of Golden Antelope Paradise. I'm not sure if you've heard of her before, Mi Jingluan explained casually. She advanced to the Ninth Order 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Yang Kai did a quick calculation. That was around the time he entered the Myriad Monsters world and borrowed its power to boost his cultivation. A woman! He sounded even more stunned. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, Mi Jingluan wondered in astonishment. Are you prejudiced against women? No, I'm just surprised. That would be for the best, he smiled. Junior Sister Tang is slightly prejudiced against men. I hope you won't take her words to heart if she says something unpleasant to you when you meet each other, junior brother. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, I won't take offense from a junior. Mi Jingluan sighed in amazement. The new era is here. If the human race had just another 1,000 years, no, even 200 years would be enough. At that time, we would be able to conquer the no-return pass with ease. It's such a pity that the time we have is so short. Shi Dezhuang's advancement symbolized the arrival of a new era. He represented the emergence of the rising stars who had received feedback from the First World Tree clone. They were the hope and future of the human race and the light illuminating the coming dawn. As part of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the previous generation, Mi Jingluan and the others were sincerely pleased by the situation. Born as part of the human race in this chaotic era, they did not fear death or pain. On the contrary, what they feared most were the lack of successors and the inability of their descendants to take over the burdens of their ancestors. In just 2 decades, the human race welcomed the birth of 2 new Ninth Order Masters. Moreover, it was believed that more and more Ninth Order Masters would rise soon. Yang Kai and Mi Jingluan walked forward without hiding their auras. As they passed the warships, countless soldiers stationed aboard them turned to stare at them with expressions of great admiration in their eyes. It did not take long for them to arrive in the middle of Black Territory where the secret passage was located. Many higher-ups from the cave heavens and paradises knew about this place. After all, it was at this spot that Yang Kai had traveled to the Black Ink battlefield alone. Thousands of years ago, the Black Ink clan had enthusiastically searched for the entrance to this secret passage, but their efforts had proven futile. After all, Yang Kai would make sure to seal the entrance completely whenever he entered or exited the secret passage. Only those with great proficiency in the Tao of space could find traces of his handiwork if they investigated this place carefully. Many Ninth Order Masters were waiting here on the deck of a purifying Black Ink battleship. Yang Kai and Mi Jing Luan flew over, landed in front of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and cupped their fists in greeting. Many thanks for your patience, everyone. The Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters quickly bowed in return, with Ouyang Lai explaining. We didn't wait very long. Big Head Mi considered your cultivation time when he issued the assembly order, so our timing is just right. Yang Kai nodded lightly and swept his gaze across the gathered Ninth Order Masters. In the end, he fixed his gaze on an unfamiliar-looking woman and smiled warmly. You must be Junior Sister Tang. Tang Tao immediately took 2 steps forward, and her face flushed as she bowed in greeting. Tang Tao greets Senior Brother Yang. He reached out his hand and gestured for her to skip the formalities. Then he showered her with praises. Great talents are born in every generation indeed. The fact that both you and Junior Brother Shi managed to advance to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm at such a critical moment proves that the fate of the human race is not in decline. The future of the human race will depend on you now. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he involuntarily froze for a moment. What an elderly-sounding speech. I've truly gotten old. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai was indeed an old man in terms of both age and seniority. He was probably looking at Tang Tao and Shi Dezhuang in the same way that the Ninth Order old ancestors had looked at him back then. It would seem that the torch of the human race was being passed down from generation to generation in an everlasting cycle. Tang Tao hurriedly waved her hands in embarrassment. You are praising me too much, Senior Brother. It has not been long since Senior Brother Shi and I advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm. Please take care of us in the future, Senior Brothers, Senior Sisters. After saying that, she turned her eyes to Shi Dezhuang, who was standing next to her, and secretly kicked him in the shin. Shi Dezhuang came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. And Junior Sister Tang is right. Tang Tao added, Senior Brother? Both Senior Brother Shi and I are from the Star Boundary too. In fact, I came from the Southern Territory. Oh! Yang Kai raised a brow at those words. The Southern Territory is said to have produced countless talented individuals throughout history. I guess it's true. Don't forget to take good care of yourself when the war breaks out. Only by staying alive can you slaughter more Black Ink clansmen in the future and witness our final victory. Yes. Tang Tao nodded so hard that she resembled a chicken pecking rice. Afterwards, Yang Kai turned around without wasting more time, and his expression grew stern. This matter cannot be delayed. Let's begin. When the words left his mouth, he stepped forward and stood in the void. He then shouted, Where are the Void Guard? In the next moment, the Void Guard under the leadership of Li Wu-yi responded from one of the nearby purifying Black Ink battleships. There were only 140 of them, as not all of them were gathered here. Some of them had been dispatched to prepare the space arrays connecting to the no-return pass. Greetings, Sir Yang. They cupped their fists in greeting. Void Guard, heed my command. We now open a passage to the Black Ink battlefield. Yes. After the order was relayed, the Void Guard disciples sped off in a certain direction under Yang Kai's leadership and soon came to stand at a certain spot. Then, space principles flared as they began to unseal the previously sealed passage. Most of the people on the purifying Black Ink battleships were watching Yang Kai. However, Ouyang Lai was looking at Tang Tao with an amused expression. Sensing his gaze, Tang Tao glanced at him with a faint blush on her face. What are you looking at, Senior Brother Ouyang? He shook his head. Junior Sister Tang, you can't treat Yang Kai differently just because that brat is handsome. You should show proper respect and treat everybody equally. She snorted. I don't know what you're talking about, Senior Brother. Then, she turned away and continued to watch Yang Kai. Nevertheless, the tips of her ears were pink with embarrassment. Ouyang Lai sighed and shook his head. Glancing at Mi Jingluan, he exchanged a wry smile with the other party. It should be said that he understood the situation perfectly and knew that Tang Tao's feelings were not of love for Yang Kai. In any case, he was a Ninth Order master, so how could he be bothered by the romantic relationships between the younger generation, especially at such a critical moment when the survival of the human race was at stake? The truth was that the rising stars simply had an inherent sense of awe and admiration for Yang Kai, regardless of their cultivation or aptitude. This situation was related to the history of the human race, including the tragic events that transpired in the past and Yang Kai's contribution during that difficult time. More than that, it was related to the ones who taught and raised these rising stars. During the darkest days of the human race, there was a person who showed up to turn the tide when the situation seemed helpless. With his strength alone, he had obtained some breathing space for the human race and even saved the human race from the brink of extinction. It was also because of him that the human race gained the capital to resist the Black Ink clan. That was why even Tang Tao, who was prejudiced against men and constantly criticized an old man like Ouyang Lai with sharp words, couldn't help showing the attitude of an awestruck fangirl when she encountered Yang Kai in person. It could be said that the rising stars who were born in the darkest age of the human race could never escape the name Yang Kai during their growth process, and that was especially true for those with great aptitude. Everybody watched intently as the space principles fluctuated vigorously. It did not take long for the entrance of the passage that Yang Kai sealed in the past to appear before them in the form of a perpetually rotating vortex. Furthermore, there was an aura of nihility radiating from the entrance. Yang Kai slipped inside, and the Void Guard followed closely behind him, their figures vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The entrance to this passage was located in Black territory. On the other hand, the exit was located somewhere in the void of the Blue Sky Theater, within the Black Ink clan's former territory. Yang Kai had used this secret passage to travel between Black territory and the Black Ink battlefield on multiple occasions, so he was very familiar with the process. It would take no effort for Yang Kai to bring a small number of cultivators through this void corridor, as they would succeed as long as they persistently forged forward and overcame the few obstacles in their way. However, a massive number of people would soon be passing through this passage. There were 12 armies, and each one had at least 2 to 3 million soldiers in their ranks. In other words, the 12 human race armies consisted of nearly 30 million soldiers. The original passage could not meet the requirements of the human race army. If they wanted to transport the army to the Blue Sky Theater in short order, they had to figure out a method to expand and fortify the corridor. Even Yang Kai, who had advanced to the Ninth Order, could not achieve such a feat with his strength alone. Fortunately, he was not the only person who was proficient in the Tao of space. With 140 Void Guards assisting, this task was no longer impossible to pull off. Deep inside the passage, everyone immediately noticed the presence of the ubiquitous void turbulence around them. Strictly speaking, this corridor was just a long void crack. If those who entered this place were not proficient in the Tao of space, they would quickly lose their way and never find their way out again, be it to the exit or the entrance. Even those who were proficient in the Tao of space had to be very careful in such places. Yang Kai took the lead to clear and mark the path ahead, his space principles oscillating constantly. Meanwhile, the Void Guard formed a long line behind him and drew upon their respective space principles in a similar fashion. It was thanks to these actions that the passage was expanded at a steady pace and the void turbulence was smoothed into an orderly tunnel. During this period, Yang Kai also arranged Tao arrays along both sides of the passage to further increase its stability. The fortified passage continued to extend forward under their wholehearted cooperation. Whenever they progressed forward by a certain distance, a Void Guard would remain behind under Yang Kai's orders to monitor the situation and deal with any unexpected emergencies that might occur. Seeing as it was Yang Kai's first time undertaking such a task, he did not dare to guarantee that the passage would remain stable at all times. It was better to prepare some safety measures just in case. They steadily progressed forward with only 100 Void Guards remaining by the time they arrived at the exit. 40 Void Guards had been left behind to monitor various locations in the passage. At the exit, Yang Kai stood motionless and glanced behind him. When he saw that Li Wu Yi and the others were following closely behind him, he raised his hand and pressed against the space before him. Space principles fluctuated, and ripples suddenly appeared in the void that had been sealed for many years. As the ripples spread out, a portal soon emerged. Yang Kai slipped out of the passage, and the Void Guard rushed out from behind him under Li Wu Yi's lead. Stay here and expand the passage as quickly as possible. Don't forget to send a message to inform Supreme Commander Me that the preparations have been completed. I will go and check out the surrounding situation, Yang Kai instructed. Li Wuyi accepted the order. After choosing one person to report back to Mi Jingluan, he assigned a group of people to stand guard around the exit. As for the rest, they began to expand and stabilize the passage further. Back in Black Territory, Mi Jingluan soon received news of their progress. Following his command, the squads quickly kept their respective warships in their small universes before flying into the passage under the leadership of their higher-ups. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he traveled through the void, his divine sense spreading out to investigate his surroundings. Now that he was in the Ninth Order, his divine sense was extremely powerful, so it did not matter whether the movement was as slight as the wind blowing through the grass. Nothing in the vicinity could be concealed from his perception. A group of Black Ink clansmen with a dozen or so members was wandering around the void. They did not seem to have any fixed goals in mind. On the contrary, they seemed to be searching for something in all directions. Every corner of the void and every piece of rock and debris was carefully investigated without exception. When they reached a certain part of the void, something unexpected occurred. Space suddenly shattered apart like a piece of broken glass. Caught in the shattered void, they didn't even have time to react before they were turned into hashed meat and severed limbs. In the next instant, Yang Kai's figure appeared not far away with a deep scowl on his face. Several dozen years ago, Yang Kai had spent some time chatting with Mo Na Yi at the no-return pass. Although they probed each other for information, neither party had gotten any valuable clues from their exchange. Yang Kai had failed to learn whether Mo, in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, had awoken, and Mo Na Yi had failed to discover the location of the secret passage that led from the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield. Although Mo Na Yi did not know much about the secret passage, that did not prevent him from taking action to search for it. This was actually the 5th Black Ink clan team that Yang Kai eliminated so far. All of them had been low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Strangely enough, not a single feudal lord had been seen. Furthermore, the number in each team was small, ranging from a handful to a dozen at most. It could be conceived that Mo Na Yi had dispatched many Black Ink clansmen to search in a grid-like manner over the years, all in hopes of finding the location of the secret passage. Despite knowing that this method might not show any results, Mo Na Yi still ordered it in the hopes of preventing an ambush from the human race. At the very least, the Black Ink clan would quickly receive feedback that 5 Black Ink clan search teams that Yang Kai eliminated had gone missing. Based on such reports, Mo Na Yi would be able to determine the general location of the human race army and make some preparations in advance. It could even be said that these Black Ink clansmen were dispatched to be killed by the human race, which also explained their weak strength and low numbers. Mo Na Yi had no doubt that the human race army would enter the Black Ink battlefield via the secret passage and launch an offensive against the no-return pass. After all, that was the only viable option. That was why he assigned a large number of scouts throughout the Black Ink battlefield. The places where the scouts disappeared would indicate the direction that the human race army would be attacking from. Although Yang Kai was aware of this fact, he had no choice but to act. The scale of the human race army was so large that it was not feasible to hide it. Once they gathered together to take action, the Black Ink clansmen scattered everywhere would surely notice their movements anyway. Hence, he might as well remove all the scouts in the area beforehand. After searching a wide perimeter and eliminating at least 30 Black Ink clan teams, Yang Kai finally returned. From a distance, he saw that a large part of the army had gathered around the exit of the secret passage. Moreover, numerous warships were being summoned one after the other. The squads who arrived first were clearly making preparations for the arrival of their companions. Mi Jingluan and most of the other Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had also arrived, leaving only a few to bring up the rear. The Ninth Order Masters convened together, and Yang Kai reported his discoveries. Mi Jingluan nodded. Mo Na Yi is certainly not an easy opponent to face, but his actions are within our expectations. Besides, we never expected to succeed in launching a sneak attack on the no-return pass. Since our movements have been discovered, we might as well start the fight with a spectacular bang. Yang Kai observed, the scouts in this vicinity have all been removed, so there should be some delay before the Black Ink clan receives news of our arrival. Even so, the delay will not be long. I estimate that we have a month at most, possibly even less. No matter how slow the reaction of the Black Ink clan was, they were bound to notice that something was wrong when so many of their scouting parties failed to contact them after a month. That's enough, Mi Jingluan said. The army will only take half a month to assemble here from Black territory. Looking back at the exit of the passage, he sighed heavily. It's just a pity about the passage. The location of the secret passage will be completely exposed. Through Yang Kai and the Void Guard's joint efforts to expand and fortify the passage, the corridor had been transformed into an existence that resembled a territory gate, though it still had some noticeable differences. A real territory gate connected two great territories together, allowing a cultivator to arrive at the opposite side by passing through it. The key feature of such territory gates was the journey would only take a brief moment. On the other hand, traveling through the entirety of this passage not only required a noticeable amount of time, but also came with all kinds of potential risks. Naturally, the risks were not too high thanks to the Void Guard stationed at various positions along the passage, but they undoubtedly existed. Such a passage could no longer be hidden completely at this stage. Even if Yang Kai used various means to seal the entrances to the passage again, it was no longer possible to completely conceal it. There was a high chance for the Black Ink clan to locate this opening if they worked hard enough. If we lose this battle, the human race will be doomed to extinction. It doesn't matter whether the passage is exposed or not, Xianxia said lightly from the side. Yang Kai nodded. Let's proceed as planned. Then he turned to look at Li Wu-yi. Take a group of Void Guards and set off immediately towards the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Don't forget to set up the space arrays along the way. Although the human race army was currently targeting the no-return pass, it was just as Yang Kai had said. They should not limit their focus to the situation at hand. They also have to look towards the future. Looking at the bigger picture, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was the biggest affliction tormenting the human race. Not to mention, the journey to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction was very, very long. It was necessary to make various preparations in advance. They would not have enough time if they waited until the war at the no-return pass was won to get started. With this arrangement, the best outcome was that the human race would spend a dozen years conquering the no-return pass. This period would provide the Void Guard with enough time to finish preparing the space arrays connecting to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. At that time, the human race army would only need to undergo some slight reorganization before quickly traveling to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction via the space arrays. These actions were part of the plans that the Supreme Headquarters made in advance. During the journey from the Supreme Headquarters to Black Territory, Mi Jingluan had explained the plans to Yang Kai in detail. In regards to manpower, the Supreme Headquarters had also taken the necessary measures beforehand. When Li Wu-yi heard Yang Kai's statement, he immediately accepted the order. Yes. Yang Kai glanced at Li Wu-yi and warned, "The road ahead is dangerous. May fortune be with you." Li Wu-yi nodded heavily and immediately gave a wave of his hand. "Designated squads with me." Out of the 100 or so Void Guards left, 80 instantly departed with Li Wu-yi. That was not all. A fleet of warships also headed swiftly into the depths of the void. These squads were tasked with protecting the universe temples. After all, the distance between this place and the primordial heaven source grand restriction was too vast. Li Wu-yi and the others would have to prepare more than one space array along the way, and every space array they established would need to be guarded. Relying on the Void Guard's manpower alone would not be enough to carry out the task. Every Void Guard was proficient in the Tao of space, so they traveled extremely quickly. Even though the fleet of warships set off at the same time as Li Wu-yi and the others, they did not travel together. They simply needed to arrive at each space arrays that were established along the route, then divide their forces to establish protective details for those space arrays. Hence, there was no need for them to push themselves to travel together with Li Wu-yi and the Void Guard. In Mi Jingluan's plans, each universe temple would have at least one 8th Order Master standing guard. It was fortunate that the heritage of the human race had improved drastically over the years, so there were many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to spare nowadays. If it had been several thousand years ago, the human race would not have had the capital to throw their manpower around in such a luxurious manner. "I'll be leaving first," Yang Kai informed Mi Jingluan. After picking out 2 void guards, the 3 of them immediately traveled in the direction of the no-return pass. According to the original plan, Xianxia was also supposed to prepare some space arrays. It was just that he was responsible for preparing the space arrays that connected the exit of the passage to the no-return pass instead. The exit of the secret passage was located in the Blue Sky Theater, within the territory occupied by the Black Ink clan back then. Although the distance between this place and the no-return pass was not as great as the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction, it could not be considered short either. With the human race army's current enormous lineup, they would need to spend at least 2 years to arrive at the no-return pass without the help of the space array, which was an unacceptable delay. Now that the Black Ink clan scouts in the vicinity had been removed, it would not take long for the enemy to learn about the human race's attack. Speed was crucial under these circumstances. Naturally, it was better for the human race army to attack as soon as possible. After Xianxia departed, the remaining void guards began to prepare the first space array that would be located here. Setting up the space array was not a difficult task because all the space arrays had been prepared beforehand and transported in the universe temples that had been collected previously. Hence, the void guards simply had to search for a suitable location, place the universe temple in position, and make some slight adjustments to the space array inside. One of the void guards in the 8th Order opened the portal of his small universe. Following his actions, the portal expanded incessantly. It did not take long before a universe temple emerged. Under Mi Jing Luan's guidance, he placed the universe temple at a certain spot in the void. Several void guards immediately flew into the universe temple to check and calibrate the space array. A short while later, they reported that everything was ready and the space array was in perfect working condition. Thereupon, the human race army finally succeeded in placing their first space array on the Black Ink battlefield. With this space array acting as a connection point, the space arrays laid by Xianxia in the direction of the no-return pass and the space arrays laid by Li Wuyi in the direction of the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction could easily form a connection with the space array in this place. As such, they would have a direct transportation route from the no-return pass to the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction once they completed their tasks. There would be many transfer points along the way, but that was preferable compared to the long journey that the human race army would have had to make instead. In this way, they could aim straight at the heart of their enemy as soon as they conquered the no-return pass and launch a crusade towards the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction at the fastest speed. Afterwards, a steady stream of soldiers poured out from the exit of the secret passage. Aside from the group of elites who arrived earlier, all those who came later were soldiers with lower cultivation. The current human race was extremely powerful, and their heritage was unprecedentedly rich. Be that as it may, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters occupied the largest proportion of their strength. In particular, the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters held the highest numbers. The amount of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was the highest, exceeding the total number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm and below. This situation was vastly different from the situation during peaceful times. Before the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds, those in the 3rd Order and below had accounted for the majority of the human race. In fact, Xianxia had encountered many 1st Order and 2nd Order masters when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds. On the contrary, hardly any 1st Order or 2nd Order masters were born among the human race nowadays. Even the weakest Open Heaven Realm Masters advanced directly to the 3rd Order. As for those who came from the 2 Open Heaven Realm Cradles, the Star Boundary and the Myriad Monsters world, the 4th Order was the minimum. There were 2 reasons for this situation. In addition to the feedback from the World Tree clone, the process to obtain resources was also much simpler than before. In the past, most of the low-born cultivators had neither the ability nor the capital to obtain the resources needed to advance to the Open Heaven realm. However, they could now redeem these resources from the human race army as long as they had enough military merits to perform an exchange. Strictly speaking, it did not become easier for cultivators to obtain resources. It was simply a more direct method of resource acquisition that had not been available to those who were born from humble backgrounds before. Back when the Great Passes were in conflict with the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, the minimum requirement to enter the Black Ink battlefield was the 6th Order. After all, those below the 6th Order were completely helpless against the corruption of Black Ink's strength. Unlike back then, the human race now had the means to resist black ink strength. Not only did they have purifying light which could dispel black ink strength in a cultivator's small universe, but they also had the purifying black ink pills which could prevent the corruption of black ink strength. Thus, the requirements had been reduced by a slight margin. Nevertheless, no matter how much they lowered their requirements, the fourth order remained the most basic requirement. Only those in the fourth order and above qualified to contribute their strength on the battlefield. Those in the fourth order and below would not have much value on the battlefield. In other words, those in the third order open heaven realm and below did not meet the basic requirements to enter the battlefield. After all, the human race did not have the habit of using those with weaker cultivation as cannon fodder. Even so, Mi Jingluan did not hesitate to bring along all those who were in the third order and below for this crusade. The mission of those in the third order and below was not to fight on the battlefield but to mine resources. The human race had been lacking cultivation resources for a long time now. If Xianxia had not brought back a large amount of materials from the Black Ink clan a couple dozen years ago, the repair of pure Yang Pass would not have been possible. At the moment, though, the human race was practically bankrupt. The demand for various resources would only increase exponentially once the war at the No Return Pass broke out. Not to mention that resources were required each time they transported the army via the space arrays. Seeing as the entire human race army would need to be transported to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in the near future, there was no doubt that the consumption of resources would soar to a shocking level. That was why they had to make preparations in advance. Even if they expected to receive an enormous amount of resources once they conquered the No Return Pass, that would only come after they succeeded in their crusade. The 3,000 worlds was an empty shell right now. There was no place left where resources could be sourced from, but the Black Ink battlefield was different. The vast Black Ink battlefield had always been a treasure trove of various cultivation resources due to how expansive it was. Over the years, both the human race and the Black Ink clan had been mining resources in the Black Ink battlefield, and although the Black Ink battlefield was bound to grow barren one day, it was currently enough to meet the needs of the human race. Therefore, the cultivators in the third order and below were dispatched here after the elites of the human race army arrived and settled in. These cultivators did not waste any time. As soon as they arrived, they immediately split into small groups and scattered in all directions to search for locations with resources. The dozen or so void guards who remained behind also split up in various directions. Their current task was to construct more universe temples equipped with space arrays at various locations throughout the Black Ink battlefield. This way, the cultivation resources gathered by the others could easily be sent back to the main army. The scene might have seemed frantic and chaotic, but things were actually moving forward in an orderly manner. 2 days later, nearly 3 million Third Order Masters had arrived from Black Territory. That number accounted for almost 10% of the human race army. They swiftly scattered in all directions across the Black Ink battlefield. At this rate, it would not take long before they brought huge and continuous benefits back with them. It was not until this moment that Mi Jingluan's anxiety finally reduced slightly. Over the years, he had been in charge of the Supreme Headquarters. He was responsible for coordinating and dispatching the human race army, so the supply of resources had also been a huge headache for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do to solve this problem until the human race army set off for the Black Ink battlefield. At this point, the Black Ink battlefield was no longer the Black Ink clan's backyard. It belonged to the human race. The human race army was attacking, and the Black Ink clan could do nothing to stop them except defend the No Return Pass. The situation at this moment was very similar to the Black Ink clan's previous assault on the No Return Pass. It was just that the offense and defense had been reversed. At this moment, a figure flew out of the universe temple that had just been set up. He came straight to Mi Jingluan and cupped his fist in greeting. "Supreme Commander Mi, we have established a connection with the first space array leading to the No Return Pass." Mi Jingluan nodded lightly. Understood. Although he seemed calm and collected on the surface, he was secretly amazed by the news. Xianxia was very fast indeed. No news came from Li Wuyi, who had departed earlier. On the other hand, Xianxia had already finished placing his first space array. Thinking about it again, though, it was not a surprise. Xianxia had higher attainments in the Tao of space compared to Li Wuyi in the first place, so it was only natural for him to be much faster. Turning to look at Xiangshan and the others, Mi Jingluan issued the order. Start making arrangements for the teleportation of the army. Xiangshan and the others nodded, then left to make the necessary arrangements. Every teleportation that was performed required resources. More importantly, the number of resources consumed was closely related to the number of people being transported. Therefore, in order to reduce consumption, the human race army needed the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to accommodate some of their subordinates in their respective small universes in an effort to reduce the number of people being transmitted. These measures would affect the strength of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to a certain extent, but they would not be affected to the extent that they would be completely helpless in the face of danger as long as they were careful about the number of people they took into their small universe. Naturally, it was not a great concern currently since the chance of them being in danger was very minimal. There were many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters nowadays, so almost every squad had at least 2 or 3 7th-order Masters. Some squads might even have as many as 4 7th-order Masters. This was a situation that would never be seen on the Black Ink battlefield back then. If each squad was considered a unit, then the 7th-order Masters were perfectly capable of accommodating all the members of their respective squads inside their small universe. Some of the 7th-order Masters could even be accommodated by the 8th-order Masters. Under this arrangement, the consumption of resources would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the efficiency of transmission would also be significantly improved. At this moment, the first portion of the human race army to arrive was preparing to teleport to the location of the first universe temple that had been set up. Nevertheless, more troops were streaming in from Black territory. With both sides rushing forward simultaneously, the human race army was practically unstoppable as they traveled towards the no-return pass in quick leaping motions via the universe temples established along the way. A new space array would be added to the network every 2 days or so, meaning soldiers would have to embark on their next teleportation after only a short respite following their arrival at the previous universe temple. Needless to say, they had to leave some manpower behind to guard and defend the universe temples lest they be damaged or destroyed by any unexpected incidents. This was true for both the space arrays that Xianxia and Li Wuyi prepared. According to the plan, each universe temple would be protected by a void guard once the space array was activated. It was expected that such high intensity and frequent teleportation would have some impact on the space arrays. If any accidents were to happen, these void guards could immediately step in to maintain and repair the space arrays. Excluding Xianxia, there were almost 150 void guards, which was just enough for such a task. During this period, they finally received news from Li Wuyi. The first space array had not only been established, but also successfully connected with the space array located in front of the entrance to the secret passage. Half a month later, the entire human race army that had previously gathered in Black territory arrived without a single member missing, with Wei Junyang, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, arriving last. At this moment, Xianxia and the 2 void guards who were preparing the space arrays in the direction of the no-return pass were already halfway through their journey. They also left behind 3 universe temples that they deployed along the way. Judging by their speed, the first part of the human race army would reach the periphery of the no-return pass in another half a month. It was not until this moment that the no-return pass realized that something was wrong, but the delay could not be blamed on the Black Ink clan's ignorance. The truth was that Mo Na Yi was already very cautious. After his previous exchange with Xianxia to probe each other for information several years ago, he confirmed the existence of a secret passage leading between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Thanks to that piece of information, he immediately realized that the human race would eventually attack the no-return pass through that secret passage. After all, that was the only method for the humans to fully maximize their strengths in the assault. It was far too disadvantageous for them to attack from the territory gate because the Black Ink clan could cause significant casualties to them just by establishing a tight line of defense around the location. Nobody would ever choose to use such a foolish method if there was a better option. Unfortunately, Mo Na Yi had been unable to confirm the exact location of the secret passage's exit. That was why he quickly dispatched a large number of Black Ink clan scouts into the Black Ink battlefield following Xianxia's departure from the no-return pass. His plan had been to search for the secret passage while simultaneously guarding against any possible movements from the human race. Naturally, his main purpose was the latter. As for finding the exit of the secret passage, he did not expect much and simply did his best to achieve results. For this purpose, the Black Ink clan even deliberately produced nearly 10,000 low-rank Black Ink nests for the Black Ink clan search parties to bring along when they ventured deep into the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia had eliminated several dozen Black Ink clan squads around the vicinity of the secret passage. Moreover, his movements were so swift that the Black Ink clansmen had no time to react whatsoever. Although Xianxia managed to prevent the enemy from learning about their presence in the immediate term, the Black Ink clansmen overseeing the nearby low-rank Black Ink nests soon noticed that something was wrong when they failed to make contact with their search teams for the past half a month. Therefore, they followed the instructions they received from Immortality before they were dispatched here and sent word to the no return pass via the Black Ink nest space. Upon receiving the message, Immortality immediately realized the problem. It was impossible for the Black Ink clan scouts searching the Black Ink battlefield to disappear for no apparent reason. After all, there were currently no dangers on the Black Ink battlefield. It was understandable if something had happened to one or two teams, as accidents or unexpected delays did still occur. But the fact that dozens of scout teams had gone missing at the same time was self-explanatory. Under the premise that the human race army would launch an assault from the Black Ink battlefield, Missouri would not hold any unrealistic illusions towards the information he received and immediately concluded that the humans were coming. Furthermore, their general direction and distance could now be determined from the location of the lost Black Ink clan scouts. With the no-return pass as the starting point and the location of the lost scouts as the endpoint, Immortality plotted a route and hastily ordered the Black Ink clan scouts along the route to investigate their surroundings carefully and report any sign of abnormalities immediately. The arrival of the human race army came far earlier than he expected, which was extremely bad for him. Immortality's only consolation was that their starting point was extremely distant. Even if the human race army moved at full speed, he estimated they would not be able to reach the no-return pass for at least a year or two, which would give the Black Ink clan some time and space to prepare countermeasures. After he pondered for some time, he hurried to MOU and reported the situation. Then, he discussed some countermeasures. At the same time, he ordered the pseudo-royal lords under his command to continue tempting the two giant spirit gods in the barren territory. When the two Black Ink giant spirit gods escaped into the no-return pass back then, Xianxia had decisively sealed the territory gate shut. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan had long since reopened the territory gate. Moreover, the Black Ink clan had never stopped trying to target Ada and Aer over the past few years. Immortality knew that these two giant spirit gods were the strongest forces of the human race army. If they could eliminate the two giant spirit gods before the humans arrived, then the enemy would be no match for the Black Ink clan, regardless of how many Ninth Order masters were born during this period. Among the Black Ink clan nowadays, the number of royal lords could no longer compare to the Ninth Order masters, and the number of territory lords could no longer compare to the number of Eighth Order masters. Nevertheless, there were many pseudo-royal lords, so if the humans lost their two giant spirit gods, who were the pillars of their army, how could they prevent the onslaught of the numerous pseudo-royal lords and the two Black Ink giant spirit gods? According to the information that Immortality received from the Black Ink disciples, the giant spirit gods were of a race that did not boast high sentience despite their overwhelming strength. If they could utilize this aspect properly, they might just be able to eliminate those two behemoths without too much trouble. Nonetheless, they had to lure the two giant spirit gods into the no-return pass if they wanted a chance to eradicate them. The no-return pass was the headquarters of the Black Ink clan, with countless masters gathered here in addition to the two Black Ink giant spirit gods. As long as the two giant spirit gods dared to step foot into the no-return pass, they would never leave this place alive again. Provocation was one method. However, no matter how the Black Ink clan tried to taunt them, Ada and Aer never forgot Xianxia's instructions to protect the territory gate before he departed. Their orders were to smash any Black Ink clansman who tried to pass through the territory gate. Nothing more, nothing less. Several pseudo-royal lords were injured as a result. After that, no pseudo-royal lord dared to enter the barren territory at will again. A single slap from the giant spirit gods contained a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering might. Not even a pseudo-royal lord could survive a direct hit. The Black Ink clan did not stop at provocation, though. They also employed another method: temptation. The Black Ink disciples who originated from the human race had given Mo another valuable piece of information. The giant spirit gods fed on dead universe worlds. The 3,000 worlds was now barren and infertile, so the two giant spirit gods had probably been starving for many years now. For that reason, Mo ordered his men to drag over several dead universes' worlds from the far depths of the Black Ink battlefield to tempt Ada and Aer through the territory gate. This plan nearly succeeded. As soon as the bald giant spirit god saw the dead universes' worlds through the territory gate, his drool flowed down his chest like a waterfall. In fact, he nearly charged right into the no-return pass at first sight. If not for the giant spirit god with a tuft of hair on his head, who desperately held his clansmen back and ruined the plan, the Black Ink clan could have obliterated one of them on the spot. Back when Mo first witnessed the scene, he was so furious that he nearly choked on his rage. Now that the pseudo-royal lords received another order from Mo recently, they immediately looked very distressed. Their confrontation with the giant spirit gods over the past 10 years or so had shown them that the two beings were not easy opponents despite their slow-witted appearances. When the overwhelming power of each giant spirit god surpassed essentially all other living creatures in the universe, their low sentience no longer mattered. Their strength alone was not something that could be ignored. Fortunately, one of the pseudo-royal lords quickly came up with a good idea. He smashed one of the dead universe's worlds nearby to pieces and threw a small universe fragment into the barren territory. The two giant spirit gods happily shared the universe fragment between themselves. Then they turned to look at the pseudo-royal lord eagerly through the territory gate. He quickly threw a larger universe fragment to them, and they immediately shared the food again. Then he threw another larger piece. After repeating the cycle several times, he picked up an enormous universe fragment and pretended to throw it into the barren territory. However, the territory gate was too small for the enormous universe fragment to pass through. He then set down the universe fragment and beckoned towards the two giant spirit gods through the territory gate, as though inviting them over to eat. Ada was tempted. Then, Aer smacked his bald head hard several times. The blows made him clutch at his head in pain with an extremely aggrieved expression. His appearance was very pitiful, as though he did not know what he had done wrong. "Stay here and smash them. Don't go there," Aer reminded in a rumbling voice. Even though he was standing in the vast void, his voice still echoed like explosions of thunder. Ada nodded repeatedly, finally recalling the warnings of the little one. Raising his head once more, he glared at the pseudo-royal lord fiercely and shouted, "Give it or I will smash you to death." The pseudo-royal lord was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he raised his hand and shattered the enormous universe fragment into dust while shouting at Ada through the territory gate, "Come and smash me if you dare." Ada immediately lost his temper. Starving as he was, how could he tolerate the sight of a perfectly good piece of food being ruined right in front of him? No matter how good-natured he was, he had reached his breaking point. He stood up and took a step forward. Just as Ada was about to charge through the territory gate, Aer threw himself at Ada and pinned the latter down. On that day, the entire Black Ink clan in the no-return pass heard the roars that came from the other side of the territory gate. They could hear the bald giant spirit god screaming the words, "Smash you to death," over and over again. It was a terrifying sound. Inside the high-rank Black Ink nest that belonged to Mo was reporting the situation to him, but another Black Ink clansman was sitting next to them. Given his right to sit together with Mo and Mou on equal footing, the identity of this Black Ink clansman went without saying. He was a royal lord. The human race had produced a new generation of Ninth Order masters. Likewise, the Black Ink clan had also seen the rise of the next generation of royal lords. It had to be said that all acquired territory lords had the qualifications to become royal lords. Thus, the only question that remained was whether they had the necessary aptitude. There was the issue where it was significantly more difficult for a territory lord to become a royal lord than an Eighth Order master to advance into the Ninth Order. The root cause was the method that the Black Ink clan employed to increase their strength was very different from the humans. Unlike the human race, which relied on personal effort and accumulation to enhance their strength, the Black Ink clan relied upon their black ink nests to cultivate. As the power of a Black Ink clansman grew, the process for them to enhance their strength became harder in turn. It was precisely because of this factor that despite having so many powerful territory lords, most were unable to become royal lords. Nevertheless, the difficulty of the process did not matter in the end. The accumulation over thousands of years was enough for some of those territory lords to overcome the bottleneck in their cultivation. Xianxia had already noticed that particular issue when he came to the no-return pass more than 20 years ago. At that moment, he was certain that new royal lords were going to be born into the Black Ink clan in the near future. A few years after that, the Black Ink clan had indeed produced a third royal lord. It was none other than the individual sitting here with Mo and Mou. Although sitting here meant that he could join the discussion between Mo and Mou, the newly advanced royal lord simply sat there and listened quietly. In terms of qualifications and strength, he was much inferior compared to Mo and Mou. The Black Ink clan was different from the human race. There was no place for him to express his opinions here. He was only summoned so that he could listen to their discussion. Is there a need to intercept the human race army? Mou scowled deeply. There are many Ninth Order masters with them now. Won't it be disadvantageous for us if we send out our troops to confront them? Upon learning that the human race army was coming to attack them, Mo immediately came up with a plan that Mou frowned upon. His plan was to prepare an ambush along the route and intercept the human race army during their advance. On the other hand, Mou preferred to fortify the defenses of the no-return pass and fight the human race army from within the no-return pass. The fate of the entire Black Ink clan rested upon this matter, so it was only natural for the higher-ups to have various conflicting opinions. Mo was not surprised by Mou's stance in this matter. In fact, he had already anticipated Mou's opinion before he even came here. Hence, Mo brought out the speech he had prepared in advance. Sir, the human race army is taking an extremely aggressive approach. I'm sure they are fighting with everything they have. Moreover, based on my understanding of the human race, the no-return pass is not their true goal. If they manage to conquer the no-return pass, they will definitely dispatch their army towards the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Mou's expression darkened at those words. The primordial heaven's source grand restriction was the origin of the Black Ink clan. It was understandable for the human race to attack the no-return pass, especially since the no-return pass originally belonged to them. The Black Ink clan had simply occupied this land for the past several thousands of years. However, the fact that the humans planned to use the no-return pass as their stepping stone to launch an offensive against the primordial heaven's source grand restriction enraged Mou. The humans are too arrogant. We currently have many pseudo-royal lords among our ranks, so we are perfectly capable of defending and holding the no-return pass. Not to mention, we also have the support of the two of the Supreme One's soul clones. It will not be easy for the human race army to conquer the no-return pass. Mo cautioned Mou. There is no need to be concerned about the ordinary members of the human race, but I hope you do not forget about Xianxia, sir. It's true that we currently have many pseudo-royal lords among our ranks, but the situation on the battlefield can change in the blink of an eye. If Xianxia was given the chance, there is no guarantee that the pseudo-royal lords would be able to survive a sneak attack from him. Upon hearing that name, Mou's expression darkened even more, as he couldn't help recalling the battle from several thousand years ago. When the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds back then, they had forced the humans back into a mere dozen or so great territories. With such a glorious achievement, it seemed as though they could exterminate the human race with just a little more effort. That was the era when the innate territory lords had been locked in conflict with the Eighth Order masters. At the critical juncture, though, Xianxia had abruptly appeared out of nowhere. Wielding a strange secret technique that harmed both himself and the enemy at the same time, he caused panic among the innate territory lords scattered across the various battlefields. In the end, he even managed to force the Black Ink clan to concede and sign a series of truces on the condition that he would no longer attack them. These agreements had given the human race some breathing room. Now, that person, who overturned the entire situation between the human race and the Black Ink clan by himself, had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no denying that the Black Ink clan currently boasted a large number of pseudo-royal lords, but based on Yang Kai's previous battle records, it was clear those pseudo-royal lords had no means to protect themselves from him whatsoever. His interference alone had caused the Black Ink clan to lose 8 pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory. The current situation could be said to be even worse than the one in the past. A few thousand years ago, Yang Kai had relied upon his strange secret technique that harmed both himself and the enemy to carry out his attacks. As a result, he had always needed to recuperate for some time after each strike. Now, however, he no longer had such scruples. The goal of the human race army has never been the no-return pass. Now that they have dispatched their troops, they must be confident they will obtain the ultimate victory. If we wish to gain the upper hand under these circumstances, then we must change our approach from being passive to aggressive. We must strike a crushing blow while the human race army is on the march. Otherwise, they will only become harder to defeat once they establish themselves outside the no-return pass. Mou fell into deep thought at those words. Mo Nai relentlessly pressured Mou. Sir, this is our only chance. The opportunity will not come again. After a long time, Mou finally raised his head to look at Mo Nai. How should we deal with Yang Kai? Mo Nai replied, Alone, I am definitely not his opponent, but I am capable of restraining him with the help of several pseudo-royal lords. Then, he turned to look at the royal lord who had remained quiet all this time. Dia Luo can hide in the shadows and find an opportunity to ambush him. If all goes well, we might even be able to injure him heavily. Dia Luo nodded lightly. If given the chance, I will do my best. Mo Na-Yi added, The human race is unaware of your existence, which makes you our trump card against Yang Kai. Do not expose your existence unless you have absolute confidence in achieving success. I understand. Mou questioned once more. What about the Supreme One Soul clones? Do we need to mobilize them? Mo Na-Yi shook his head. We must not mobilize them. The 2 giant spirit gods are watching us hungrily from the barren territory. What's more, we don't know if the human race has any other plans in place. If the Supreme One Soul clones leave the no-return pass, we will lose the ability to restrain the 2 giant spirit gods. The consequences will be dire if those 2 beings charge into the no-return pass at that time. Mou frowned deeply in thought. Although he felt that Mo Na-Ye's words made sense, he could not bring himself to make a decision. Seeing that, Mo Na-Yi earnestly continued to persuade Mou. Sir, in the worst-case scenario, we will be besieged by the human race army at the no-return pass. They will chip away at our strength, just like how we attacked the no-return pass in the past. In such a situation, our defeat will be inevitable. On the contrary, we might have a chance at victory if we take the initiative to strike first. After he finished speaking, he watched Mou calmly. Mo Na-Yi had said everything he needed to say, so it was now up to Mou to make the decision. There was nothing else he could do if Mou refused to dispatch their troops to intercept the human race army. He might have made their situation sound extremely serious, but the truth was things were not that bad. Even if the human race army laid siege on the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan was not completely helpless to fight back. They had made various preparations in the no-return pass over the years, all for the arrival of this day. It was just that, comparatively, Mo Na-Yi preferred to take the initiative and launch an offensive for once. After a long time, Mou nodded lightly. I hope you are right. Mo Na-Yi was overjoyed, but just as he was about to leave to make arrangements, a territory lord rushed into the room from the outside with a panicked expression. Mou scowled at the territory lord and questioned in great displeasure, What is it? The territory lord hurriedly submitted a jade slip. Sirs, the scouts on the front lines have discovered something of critical importance. Mou raised a hand and grabbed the jade slip. Sending his divine sense inside, he studied the contents before his expression abruptly changed. Mo Na-Ye's heart thundered uneasily at the sight as he instantly realized that something had gone terribly wrong. Although he did not know what was written in the jade slip, he could tell from Mou's expression that it was something detrimental to the Black Ink clan. In the next moment, Mou silently handed the jade slip over. Nai took the jade slip and checked the contents. His expression quickly changed upon reading the contents, and he exclaimed in alarm, "How can that be?" The information indicated that they had lost contact with countless Black Ink clan scouts along the route that he previously plotted from the no-return pass to the secret passage. More importantly, the location of these scouts was situated along the midpoint of the route. In other words, there were human race masters who not only traveled the distance that would have normally taken a year in less than 10 days, but also eliminated some of their spies who were stationed to monitor their progress. Nai immediately thought of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was the only human at the moment who had enough proficiency in the Tao of space to travel at such mind-boggling speed. Looking back at the contents once more though, he felt his heart sinking after reading the second part. According to the information recorded, some of the Black Ink clan scouts had seen a magnificent grand hall in the void from a distance. Furthermore, the periphery of the grand hall was heavily guarded by the human race army. A universe temple. The Black Ink clan was no stranger to these early ancient-era creations, having learned about the functions of the universe temples from the Black Ink disciples. The universe temples were mainly used by the humans in their travels thanks to the ability to shorten the time and distance required during their journey. Almost every great territory in the 3,000 worlds had a universe temple. It was just that the Black Ink clan had destroyed many of them during the initial invasion. Nevertheless, it was evident that some had survived the war. Nai never expected that an object which should have remained in the 3,000 worlds would appear on the Black Ink battlefield. Recalling the function of the universe temples, however, he immediately realized what was happening. Mou had obviously come to the same conclusion. Looking at Nai, he dryly made an observation. "Looks like we do not need to attack them anymore. Prepare our defenses." In just half a month, a universe temple had appeared at the midpoint of the route that Nai had previously plotted. Wouldn't that mean that a universe temple would appear outside the no-return pass in another half a month? Under these circumstances, there was not enough time for the Black Ink clan to even organize an attack on the human race army. By the time they finished their preparations, the humans would already be at their doorstep. At this point, there was nothing else that Nai could do about the situation. All his plans and schemes were useless in this situation. If he wanted to defend the no-return pass, then he could only confront the humans. Thus, he composed his expression and said, "I understand." Mou added, "We also need to come up with another solution for the two giant spirit gods." Agreed. There was some time until the human race army arrived. If they could deal with the two giant spirit gods before the attack, then they would be invincible. Over the next few days, the Black Ink clan significantly increased the intensity of their attempts to entice and provoke the two giant spirit gods. They even tried to send the two Black Ink giant spirit gods into the barren territory. Be that as it may, the enraged Ada did not give them any chance to take a single step forward. He stood firmly in front of the territory gate, smashing anybody who dared to step forward through the portal. Even the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were beaten so badly that they were forced to retreat. A steady flow of information was consistently being relayed to the no-return pass, and the various reports indicated that the human race army had erected 7 or 8 universe temples along their anticipated route. Some of the Black Ink clan scouts even witnessed the human race army appearing and disappearing from the universe temples from a distance. The current situation clearly explained the deployment of the human race army. With the help of the universe temples, they were rapidly approaching the no-return pass. Some 10 days later, a figure appeared just half a day away from the no-return pass. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had arrived ahead of the others. Gazing at the magnificent base in the distance, he raised his brow at the sight. The layout of the no-return pass had changed significantly compared to his previous visit. When he came here 20 years ago, the ruins of numerous destroyed great passes had been scattered around the no-return pass, and countless Black Ink nests had been distributed all over them without any regularity. At this moment, however, it was clear to see that the ruins of the great passes had been organized. The Black Ink clan had arranged the destroyed great passes left behind by the human race in a sphere outside the no-return pass to form a solid defensive barrier. Furthermore, the Black Ink clan army was gathered on the Great Passes. The impressive high-rank Black Ink nests had also been moved closer to the center of the no-return pass so that they could be strictly protected. It could be seen that the Black Ink clan had made various preparations in advance to deal with the humans' impending attack. Xianxia even saw traces of large-scale artifacts on some of the destroyed Great Passes. The Black Ink clan were unable to perform artifact refining themselves, but they had many Black Ink disciples under their command. These artifacts must be the handiwork of those Black Ink disciples. Furthermore, 2 enormous Black Ink giant spirit gods stood guard on either side of the no-return pass, like 2 guardian gods. They towered over the majestic base with a chilling atmosphere around them. As soon as Xianxia emerged, the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods immediately detected his presence. Raising their heads and turning to look in his direction, the Black Ink giant spirit god on the left even raised his hand and grabbed hold of a universe fragment nearby. In the next moment, he viciously threw the universe fragment in Xianxia's direction with a roar. Thanks to his immense strength, the universe fragment, which contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power, broke through the barriers of space as it rapidly hurtled towards Xianxia. Although Xianxia was half a day's journey away from the no-return pass, that only referred to the time required to arrive at the no-return pass through normal means for a human race squad class warship. Be that as it may, such a distance was well within the attack range of Xianxia and the Black Ink giant spirit gods. At any rate, the Black Ink giant spirit god did not expect his attack to harm Xianxia in any way. Xianxia was in the 9th order, so how could a trivial universe fragment injure him? In response to the menacing attack, Xianxia simply raised his hand slightly. The universe fragment that was hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed instantly came to an abrupt halt and quietly hovered in front of him. Then he clenched his raised hand into a fist. The huge universe fragment subsequently exploded into dust. The loud and flashy confrontation instantly alerted the entire Black Ink clan in the no-return pass to the enemy's presence. One after another, countless figures quickly rushed out of the no-return pass and stared in Xianxia's direction. Those figures radiated with powerful auras that shook the void. They were none other than the pseudo-royal lords. The pseudo-royal lords had obtained tremendous power with the help of the source fusion technique, but in exchange, they could never utilize their full strength. The price of their power was also their lack of ability to control it. For that reason, every one of them was extremely conspicuous. They generally resembled bright lights in the dark of the night when they stepped onto the battlefield, which made it impossible for them to carry out any kind of ambush. Xianxia also saw Mo-Na-Yi and Mou. The 2 royal lords were standing in the middle of the no-return pass, surrounded by many pseudo-royal lords. When their gazes collided, Xianxia grinned at them. On the other hand, the expressions of Mo-Na-Yi and Mou darkened at the sight. Now that Xianxia was here, how far behind could the human race army be? The Black Ink clan had known that the humans were coming to attack the no-return pass and consequently made the necessary preparations in anticipation of the enemy's imminent arrival. Nevertheless, the speed of the human race army's advance was simply too swift. After staring at each other across the distance for some time, Xianxia raised a hand and made a slashing motion across his throat at Mo-Na-Yi and Mou before he casually departed. It did not take long before his figure vanished from sight. Inside the no-return pass, Mo-Na-Yi scowled fiercely. There was no denying that Xianxia's actions were incredibly childish, but he could not guess the reason for him acting this way. Did he come here just to demonstrate his might? But what was the point? Could he have other intentions? Mo-Na-Yi instantly fell into deep thought, but he could not be blamed for being so cautious. Having been in conflict with Xianxia for so many years, he knew that the latter had always taken advantage of the situation on every occasion. That was why, in his opinion, Xianxia's every move was worthy of vigilance. At the same time, a universe temple had appeared in the void approximately 3 days' journey from the no-return pass, and a steady stream of human soldiers was emerging from it. The first to arrive was the Azure Sun Army. When their members had all been assembled, they quickly formed a solid line of defense around the universe temple. That was not all, as the Void Guard, who arrived here the earliest, were also searching for universe fragments of various sizes in the vicinity to serve as temporary camps. Mi Jingluan was standing near the Universe Temple when Yang Kai hurried over and reported his discovery at the no-return pass. Upon hearing Yang Kai's report, Mi Jingluan nodded. I expected as much. The Black Ink clan has always ignored the Great Passes because we had no means to threaten the safety of the no-return pass. But now, they are the ones under attack instead. Knowing that an attack by our army is imminent, I am sure they made various arrangements in preparation. The Great Passes that we left behind back then are perfect as barricades and barriers. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Did Mo Nai discover you? Yang Kai replied, I wasn't hiding. Mi Jingluan chuckled. In that case, they won't dare to act rashly. Mo Nai is both shrewd and suspicious, so your sudden appearance outside the no-return pass will definitely make him worry about various possibilities. I was worried that we might be attacked, but it looks like there's no need for such concerns anymore. If the Black Ink clan struck before the human army could finish assembling, the latter would definitely be troubled. The situation at this moment was the perfect example. Just the Azure Sun army alone would not be able to hold back so many Black Ink clansmen. Naturally, such an endeavor would also have been a huge risk to the Black Ink clan. The defenses at the no-return pass would weaken considerably if such a large number of Black Ink clan masters were to leave, which would have allowed the humans to exploit. The possibility was not likely to occur now though, so Mi Jingluan was only being vigilant towards every scenario. At this moment, he was practically certain that the Black Ink clan would not dare to act rashly again after Yang Kai's actions. This incident had given the human race army the opportunity to fully assemble their troops. An endless stream of soldiers poured out of the Universe Temple, but they all marched in an orderly manner without the slightest display of chaos. Meanwhile, Yang Kai took out the sphere that had been compressed by his space-time river. After finding a wide and open place, he raised his hand and threw the sphere. The space-time river lingered around the void. Then the sphere expanded violently and quickly transformed into a majestic Great Pass. It was the Pure Yang Pass. Pure Yang Pass was not only the last remaining Great Pass in the possession of the human race, but would also be an important weapon in conquering the no-return pass. What's more, many of the soldiers learned for the first time that they had managed to regain one of the Great Passes from the hands of the Black Ink clan. Thus, they couldn't help cheering at the sight. The Ninth Order Masters who arrived earlier flew over and came to stand beside Yang Kai. Staring at the modified Great Pass, they couldn't help feeling emotional. It was as though they were recalling the tragic battle at the no-return pass. A large number of troops soon swarmed into Pure Yang Pass. Following the arrangement that had been determined in advance, they swiftly took their positions. It did not take long before the many spirit arrays began lighting up consecutively. At the same time, numerous array masters prepared some spirit arrays and unique artifacts in the nearby void. There was no need to mention the specific purpose of the spirit arrays for the time being. On the other hand, the artifacts were actually a set of void yin-yang mirrors, something that Yang Kai researched and refined in the past. The artifact was a large-scale one meant for teleporting massive objects, so it had no power for offense or defense. Each set of the void yin-yang mirrors was composed of 16 array boards, which were divided into two sides, yin and yang. Once activated, the artifact could swap the spaces within the range of the yin and yang mirrors like flipping the front and back of a mirror. The effect was both profound and mysterious. Yang Kai had mainly researched the artifact for the purpose of mining resources in Black Territory. At the time, he had used the loyalty list to bring Luan Baifeng under his command. Black Territory had also fallen into his hands as a result. Black Territory was abundant with resources, but mining them was extremely dangerous. Nobody could delve deep into Black Territory due to a massive early ancient era super array. Therefore, Yang Kai's initial idea was that the Ore slaves could mine the resources safely if he could figure out a method to transport the Ore stars located inside the array to a safer location. That was how the void yin-yang mirrors came into existence. The artifact was first created by Yang Kai, but was later modified by the artifact refining Great Grandmaster Ma Fan. The performance of the artifact became much better as a consequence. Yang Kai had not only brought this artifact to the Black Ink battlefield, but also spread it throughout the various Great Passes, allowing them the chance to study and replicate it. Thanks to the effects of the void yin-yang mirrors, Xianxia managed to solve the shortage of supplies among the major Great Passes in one fell swoop. Before the existence of the void yin-yang mirrors, the major Great Passes were forced to dispatch their soldiers deep into the void to gather supplies. These soldiers not only had to search for and mine materials, they also had to keep a constant lookout against ambushes and raids from the Black Ink clan. Things were different ever since they acquired the void yin-yang mirrors. They could now transport dead universe worlds and fragments that contained abundant resources to the vicinity of the Great Passes and mine them without worry. In this way, the efficiency of collecting resources naturally increased significantly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the lives of the soldiers at the major Great Passes improved considerably after Xianxia came to the Black Ink battlefield. At this moment, the human race army was preparing many void yin-yang mirrors in their surroundings. Needless to say, they were preparing to transport many universe worlds and fragments here. It was just that the purpose of these universe worlds was not for sourcing resources. The 3 million human race masters in the Third Order Open Heaven realm and below were responsible for collecting resources, so there was no need for the main army to worry about supplies. As for the universe worlds that they transported here from deep within the void, there were other uses for them. For this purpose, the remaining Void Guard, except those who had to stay behind to monitor the universe temples along the way, had immediately sprung into action after Li Wui left for the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction with 80 Void Guard. Each of them had carried either the Yin mirrors or the Yang mirrors of a void yin-yang mirror set and searched various areas of the void. As time passed, the various armies gathered in this place. Aside from the central army under Mi Jingluan's direct command who occupied Pure Yang Pass, the other armies claimed a universe world or large universe fragment in the vicinity as their base camp. Each of these camps was soon overflowing with people as they worked to establish temporary outposts. The human race currently retained 12 armies, just like before. Mi Jingluan had not made many adjustments to the organization. After all, each army had experienced thousands of years of fighting together. The heart of the army was united by the blood of their companions and their enemies at this point, and it might instead be detrimental to make any rash changes. Therefore, the 12 armies remained even though there were not enough Ninth Order masters to oversee them all. Luo Ting he was in command of the Azure Sun Army, Xianxia was in charge of the Bloodflame Army, Ouyang Lai commanded the Profound Nether Army, Wei Junyang led the Wolffang Army, Xiao Xiao was in command of the Soaring Cloud Army, Wu Qing commanded the Purple Feather Army. The newly advanced Shi Dezhuang was in command of the Shocking Thunder Army while Tang Tao led the Red Flame Army. As for the Burning Moon Army, Twin Instrument Army, Azure Dawn Army, and Jade Cicada Army, these four remained unchanged. These four armies might not be under the leadership of a Ninth Order master, but they had the largest numbers of divine spirits. In terms of overall strength, they were not inferior to the rest of the armies. Besides, these four armies contained many new generation 8th Order masters who could advance to the 9th Order at any time. Once they experienced a breakthrough, these armies would also have the protection of a 9th Order master. A few days later, large ripples spread out endlessly from an area somewhere in the void that was warded off by a set of void yang mirrors. The vibration from these ripples was so strong that the space anchored by the yang mirrors became extremely unstable, making it difficult to distinguish between what was real and what was illusory. With the spreading of the ripples, the fluctuations of space principles became increasingly obvious. As time passed, under the watch of countless eyes, something seemed to appear in the space that was originally empty. Once all the commotion had settled, the object turned out to be an enormous universe world that had appeared out of nowhere. Several soldiers quickly stepped forward to retrieve the Yin mirrors before moving to set them up in a new free space. Many array masters and artifact refiners then rushed towards the universe world and gathered on the side of it that was facing away from the no-return pass. Following a cursory survey of the geography, they immediately sprang into action and prepared a large-scale spirit array on the back of the universe world. After the first universe world was transported here via the void yin-yang mirrors, more and more began appearing. Meanwhile, almost all the array masters and artifact refiners from the 12 armies were dispatched, working diligently without rest. In the short span of 1 month, hundreds of universe worlds of varying sizes appeared in the void where the human race army had gathered thanks to the teleportation effects of the void yin-yang mirrors. At this moment, every single artifact refiner and array master in the human race army was hard at work. Even Xianxia was toiling away alongside them. Following the consumption of substantial resources, numerous spirit arrays were constructed on the universe worlds. Another 2 months later, their preparations were complete. The dwindling resources of the human race were completely exhausted after such a grand and large-scale project. However, the Ninth Order Masters did not seem worried about the situation. There were nearly 3 million humans at or below the Third Order gathering resources throughout the Black Ink battlefield and many universe temples equipped with space arrays connecting to various locations. Therefore, it would not take long before large amounts of materials came flowing in from all directions. It could be said that they no longer had to worry about resources as soon as they entered the Black Ink battlefield through the secret passage. During the past 3 months, the Black Ink clan at the No-Return Pass had repeatedly sent out scouts to investigate the situation. As they did not dare to dispatch any masters for the task, the information that the weak Black Ink clansmen could obtain was very limited. All the Black Ink clan knew was that the human race army had assembled at a spot some 3 days' journey from the No-Return Pass, and that they could attack at any moment. They could not gain any further information regarding the situation. On this day, all preparations were completed. The human race army finally embarked on their quest to retake the No-Return Pass. This crusade was the first of its kind in the thousands of years since the Black Ink clan first invaded the 3,000 worlds, the first time the human race had truly taken the initiative in the war. The roles of the hunter and the prey were reversed at this moment. It was also the first battle since the human race army launched their offensive. Hence, every single soldier in the human race army displayed high morale and intense fighting spirit. The bustling void became empty in a flash. Aside from the squads who had to stay behind and guard the universe temples and the human race masters with special duties, the rest of the army had divided into 2 groups and advanced towards the No-Return Pass. 1 day later, the movements of the human race army were relayed to the No-Return Pass by their lookouts. Mo Nai finally felt his anxiety receding slightly at the knowledge. The human race army had come to attack, but there had been no movement from them for the past 3 months. The feeling of having a knife held against his neck was extremely uncomfortable. He did not know what sort of preparations and arrangements the enemy was making during this period, but he could be certain about one thing: he could not afford to underestimate them. Now that the blade had been swung, who was stronger and who was weaker would be determined in combat. There was no doubt that the human race army was the strongest it had ever been, but the Black Ink clan was not inferior. Mo Nai also believed that the Black Ink clan had a slight advantage as the defending party. Under these circumstances, the human race army would most likely be sent back in defeat if they came attacking directly from the front. It was truly unfortunate that the commander of the opposing party was Mi Jingluan, who would never make such a stupid decision. After receiving the report from the scouts on the front lines, Mo Nai glanced at the information and frowned deeply. It was just as he had expected. The human race army had made various deployments and arrangements in advance. The reports indicated that the human race army was not aiming for a frontal attack. On the contrary, they had divided their forces into 2 groups and taken a considerable detour by traveling in a wide arc. Judging by their formation, they seemed to be approaching the No-Return Pass from both the right and left sides in a pincer attack. The deployment of the human race army was both reasonable yet also unexpected. Nevertheless, their actions confused Mo Nai. He knew that Mi Jingluan was not naive enough to believe the humans could conquer the No-Return Pass with such a simple pincer attack, but he could not figure out the purpose behind their deployment either. Unable to determine their aim, Mo Nai could only adopt countermeasures on the fly according to how the situation evolved. At his command, most of the Black Ink clan army in the No-Return Pass mobilized various defensive measures ahead of the human race army's advance. The humans sailed forward aggressively. It was always necessary to take the initiative in a war. After all, the only deciding factor between victory and defeat was the limit of casualties that could be sustained by the respective parties. At this moment, Xianxia was back at the base camp of the human army on one of the largest universe worlds in the vicinity of the universe temple. He was lying down in a deserted mountain valley with his arms behind his head and one leg crossed over his knee. Staring into the void blankly, he looked like he was enjoying a rare moment of peace amidst the chaotic situation. He had been fighting the Black Ink clan for countless years. During this period, he had always been cultivating hard or rushing somewhere to accomplish a mission. There had never been a time when he could relax, so he couldn't help feeling a little strange at the abrupt change. Nevertheless, the reason he did not join the assault was that he had his own mission to carry out. Dozens of Void Guard and hundreds of Eighth Order Masters were also tasked with carrying out similar missions. At this moment, they were scattered around the numerous universe worlds that had been prepared beforehand. All of a sudden, Xianxia's unfocused gaze sharpened without warning and a light flashed through his eyes at the same time. "It's about time," he muttered to himself, climbing to his feet as he stretched lazily. Peaceful and happy times were often short-lived in this age of chaos. After taking the time to forget about his troubles and enjoying a carefree rest for a day, Xianxia felt refreshed and full of energy. It was time to take action. With a shout, he circulated his strength and channeled his world force into the spirit array beneath his feet. The intricate patterns of the spirit array immediately lit up and rapidly spread outward like an uncontrolled wildfire. Looking down from the void, it could be seen that the spirit array was extremely large. In fact, the spirit array practically covered 10% the entire universe world's surface. When the spirit array was activated, an enormous light barrier emerged to surround the universe world. Propelled by the power of the light barrier under Xianxia's control, the gigantic universe world which had been peacefully hovering in the void slowly began to move, as though it was being pushed by a large, invisible hand. At first, this movement was slight. However, its momentum became greater and greater with the passage of time. After passing through the various spirit arrays that were constructed in the void beforehand, the speed of the universe worlds increased sharply. Furthermore, the direction in which the enormous universe world was advancing was none other than the direction where the no-return pass was located. Behind this enormous universe world, countless other universe worlds and fragments of varying sizes were moving in the same direction. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Xianxia stood on top of the universe world, looking bold and heroic. Throwing his head back with laughter, he sent a divine sense transmission in all directions. "Proud soldiers of the human race, let us charge into battle." Many Eighth Order Masters and Void Guards responded gallantly from the backs of those universe worlds. The strategy to attack the Black Ink clan by making use of the impact caused by the collision of universe worlds was pioneered by the Great Evolution Army during the previous war. While the Northern and Southern Great Evolution armies blockaded the Great Evolution Pass under Mi Jingluan's command, Xianxia led the Eastern and Western armies to assault the royal city. At that time, Xianxia had repeatedly unleashed this tactic, draining the strength of the Black Ink clan to a huge extent. This strategy was generally very difficult to employ. After all, it was very strenuous to gather the universe worlds that were scattered throughout the void. Simply transporting appropriate universe worlds with manpower alone was not only extremely time-consuming but also incredibly labor-intensive, so the effort was considered impractical. However, the strategy became much more viable with Xianxia's void yin-yang mirrors. The human race army gained the ability to gather universe worlds that were originally scattered throughout the void thanks to the support of the void yin-yang mirrors. Then, they prepared various spirit arrays to support and reinforce their weapons. The Great Evolution Army had employed this tactic to cause not only tremendous damage to the Black Ink clan, but to also threaten the royal city in the Great Evolution Theater. At the same time, the losses faced by the Great Evolution Army were reduced significantly. The scouts dispatched by the No-Return Pass had naturally discovered traces of the human race army gathering universe worlds. Needless to say, even low-rank Black Ink clansmen couldn't miss hundreds of universe worlds being brought over by the humans. The gathering of so many universe worlds was by no means a small-scale action after all. When Mo Nai received the information from his scouts, he was amazed that the humans had such mysterious means. He did not think too much about this matter, though, as he simply assumed that the human race masters were planning to mine resources from those universe worlds. How could he have known that they were planning to use these universe worlds to attack the No-Return Pass? If there were any survivors from the Black Ink clan army of Great Evolution Theater, they would have understood the human race army's intentions in a heartbeat. It was a pity that the entire Black Ink clan army from the Black Ink battlefield back then had been exterminated by the humans during the First Crusade. Furthermore, the Black Ink disciples under the current Black Ink clan's control had not participated in the previous war on the Black Ink battlefield. There had also been no need for the human race army to employ this tactic over the past few thousands of years. The assault on the No-Return Pass was the first opportunity to make use of this strategy. Mi Jingluan did not expect this battle to determine victory and defeat. There were countless masters in the No-Return Pass, not to mention 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. They were by no means easy prey to defeat. Nevertheless, it was the first battle since the human race army set off to conquer the No-Return Pass, so it was only natural to start things off on the right foot. Therefore, they had not hesitated to bring out the universe world impact strategy that was used to besiege Great Evolution Royal City in the past. The humans even exhausted their remaining resources transporting and modifying several hundred universe worlds for this initial battle. The reason why the human race army had to divide into 2 groups and sail in a wide arc was to leave a clear path for the universe worlds that were hurtling towards the No-Return Pass. Otherwise, these universe worlds would have collided with their troops that were blocking the way. It would be extremely embarrassing if they struck their own forces before they even managed to attack their enemy. Besides, the human race army would also distract the Black Ink clan's attention by marching ahead. All the forces of the Black Ink clan in the No-Return Pass were currently focused on the human race army advancing from the left and right sides. How could they ever have imagined that hundreds of universe worlds would come flying at them from their center? Many Black Ink clansmen were gathered in the Grand Hall of the No-Return Pass, and the atmosphere was gloomy. The attack of the human race army had long been expected. In fact, Nayi had already anticipated today's situation all the way back when he recalled all the pseudo-royal lords more than 20 years ago. At the time, the Black Ink clan could have chosen to retreat from the No-Return Pass, but where would they go after leaving this place? Were they supposed to aimlessly wander around the Black Ink battlefield? Even if they did that, they would be found by the human race army one day. Rather than fighting in the void of the Black Ink battlefield, it was better to stay and defend the already fortified No-Return Pass. Furthermore, the mission of the Black Ink clan had always been to erode the 3,000 worlds and destroy the human race so that Mo would rule the universe. The Black Ink clan was not born to fight for their survival, but for their supreme one's ultimate hegemony. Report after report came from the front. Following the steady approach of the human race army from both sides, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became increasingly depressed. It was not until the human army was only half a day's journey away from the No-Return Pass that Nayi slowly got to his feet. Glancing around at the many pseudo-royal lords gathered below him, he solemnly declared, "Everyone, assume your duties and take your positions. Since the humans dare to come attacking, then we will slaughter them until not a single one of them is left alive." The pseudo-royal lords accepted the order and hurriedly flew away. Then Nayi looked at Mou again. "Sir, when the time comes, we will need you to restrain one of the Ninth Order Masters. However, the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. Please adapt to the circumstances as you see fit." Mou nodded. "I know, but I probably won't even need to worry about anything. The Ninth Order Masters will come to me themselves." Nayi agreed. There were more Ninth Order Masters than Royal Lords at the moment, so they would surely attempt to restrain both himself and Mou. There was really no need for Mou to bother taking the initiative. Nayi glanced at Diyaluo. "I will engage with Xianxia in battle. Meanwhile, look for an opportunity to make your move. Do not expose yourself unless you find a suitable opening." "I understand." Diyaluo nodded heavily. As the only royal lord born within the Black Ink clan over the past 20 years, he was the trump card that Nayi had prepared against Xianxia, so his existence could not be exposed. The moment he appeared, he had to strike a deadly blow against Xianxia. Among all the Ninth Order Masters, Xianxia posed the greatest threat to the Black Ink clan. No matter the strength of the other Ninth Order Masters, they could be contained by several pseudo-royal lords working together. Only Xianxia, whose Dao Strength River was both profound and mysterious, was extremely difficult to handle. The pseudo-royal lords alone were not enough to restrain him. It was only possible to stop him if a royal lord personally took action. Moreover, it would also depend on whether there was an opportunity to obstruct Yang Kai, as the latter was proficient in the Tao of space, which made him as slippery as an eel. Without the right opportunity, nobody could even hope to pin him down. Although the Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods, they could not be dispatched into battle casually, as the true giant spirit gods were eyeing the no-return pass eagerly. If the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods left their post in the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan would have no means to guarantee the safety of their rear. It could be said that the existence of the 2 giant spirit gods was keeping the Black Ink clan's strongest combat force in check. Naturally, the same could be said in reverse. In this situation, neither side had an advantage over the other. After making various arrangements, Emonayi darted out of the grand hall and stared into the depths of the void. With his cultivation and eyesight, he could naturally see the imposing human race army around him. The huge and boundless fleet coming from both sides resembled a swarm of locusts that covered his entire field of vision. Just looking at the scene gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Not to mention, there was a conspicuous and majestic great pass on the left side of the human race army that stood out like a sore thumb. The corner of his face twitched involuntarily at the sight of the great pass, as it was none other than pure Yang Pass that Yang Kai took from the no-return pass some 20 years ago. Despite knowing that the human race army would use pure Yang Pass against the Black Ink clan if they let Yang Kai take it, the Black Ink clan was forced to make certain concessions due to the pressure from various threats caused by Yang Kai at the time. That was because the safety of the pseudo-royal lords wandering outside could not be guaranteed if Yang Kai was allowed to act as he pleased. The Great Pass had been repaired and modified by the human race. At this moment, the entire Great Pass seemed to radiate with a sense of grandeur. It was easy to see that the various artifacts mounted on the walls of the Great Pass were not mere decorations. Any Black Ink clansman who dared to approach the Great Pass would instantly be greeted with a storm of attacks. With pure Yang Pass, the safety of Mi Jingluan, who served as the supreme commander of the human race army, would be guaranteed. Emonayi couldn't help feeling a twinge of regret at the sight. He had been searching for an opportunity to eliminate Mi Jingluan the entire time, but the latter had always remained in the supreme headquarters during the previous wars. Because Mi Jingluan rarely entered the battlefield, the Black Ink clan had been unable to touch a single hair on his head up until now. Besides, it had been obvious that Yang Kai was preparing the Great Pass for Mi Jingluan when he came to the no-return pass and demanded pure Yang Pass. Emona sneered coldly to himself. Yang Kai sure takes good care of Supreme Commander Mi. Then various other thoughts came to mind unbidden. I wonder if the human race army will fall into chaos if Mi Jingluan is killed before they launch their attack on the no-return pass. Where is Yang Kai? He swept his gaze over the human race army coming from both sides but did not spot his nemesis anywhere. The realization caused Emonayi to become vigilant. Not only was Yang Kai proficient in the Tao of space, but he also seemed to have mastered a mysterious secret technique that almost perfectly concealed himself. If he wanted to stay hidden and ambush the pseudo-royal lords during the battle, none of the pseudo-royal lords would survive the encounter. Could he be hiding in the vicinity? That's certainly a possibility. Just as Emonayi was starting to feel suspicious, the human race army that had been approaching the no-return pass slowly from both flanks suddenly accelerated. The news was instantly relayed to the entire no-return pass. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere in the no-return pass was chilling. The entire Black Ink clan had mentally prepared themselves to fight the humans to the death. Likewise, the pseudo-royal lords were blazing with intense fighting spirit. They displayed their auras proudly, not bothering to conceal their presence in the slightest. For hours passed, and the humans were now closing in on the no-return pass. Be it the human race army or the Black Ink clan army, the stronger soldiers now could already see the various deployments of the opposing party clearly. At this moment, none of the Black Ink clansmen, including the royal lords, noticed anything abnormal. However, the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods standing guard on both sides of the no-return pass reacted as though they had discovered something. One of the Black Ink giant spirit gods grabbed a universe fragment from nearby and hurled it into the distance, just like how he had attacked Yang Kai several months ago. The rather large universe fragment shot through the void at a high speed, but under the astonished gaze of the Black Ink clan, it did not hurtle towards the human race army, but instead soared off into the empty middle void. Then, the two giant spirit gods began to hurl universe fragment after universe fragment into the void without pause. A great surge of anxiety immediately washed over Mo Nai at the sight. According to the original plans, the black ink giant spirit gods were supposed to use this tactic against the human race army once the war began. They were responsible for guarding the no-return pass so they could not move around easily. Nevertheless, they could rely on throwing these universe fragments to create a great degree of disturbance to the human race army. If they were lucky, they might even injure their enemies. Even the Eighth Order Masters would not be able to withstand such an attack from these black ink giant spirit gods. However, the two black ink giant spirit gods had unexpectedly begun to take action before the war started or the black ink clan army in the no-return pass engaged the enemy. The sudden turn of events was very different from the original plans. As the two black ink giant spirit gods were both soul clones of the Supreme One, Mo Nai had no right to criticize them for anything. Be that as it may, he gradually began to notice the abnormality after observing their actions. He looked in the direction where the universe fragments were being thrown, and what entered his field of vision were countless shadows of indescribable size. When he finally caught a clear glimpse of the shadows, his body began to shake involuntarily. At the same time, he felt as though his head was about to explode at the sight. Those shadows were actually enormous universe worlds. He finally realized something about the piece of information that he had neglected before. The reason the human race army had gathered so many universe worlds was not to mine for resources. They were using them as weapons to attack the no-return pass. With the abilities of the human race, it was not surprising for them to achieve such a feat. It was just that Mo Nai never expected them to attack in such an outrageous manner. The Black Ink clan had only thought of relying on the Black Ink giant spirit god's strength to attack the human race army by throwing universe fragments at them. But the humans found a way to do something similar. They had brought the universe worlds to the war. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. It was simply outrageous. In Mo Nai's field of vision, the universe world that came first was particularly massive. At the same time, Xianxia's figure finally appeared on the periphery of a large universe world. He was flying through the void, leading hundreds of unstoppable universe worlds in a torrent behind him. Facing the first universe fragment that the Black Ink giant spirit god hurled at him, Xianxia simply raised his hand slightly and clenched his fist lightly. In response, the universe fragment instantly exploded into dust. Pointless tricks. 10 million kilometers away, Xianxia looked in the direction of the no-return pass and grinned at Mo Nai. Immediately after that, he summoned the space-time river. The river was like a whip, dancing wildly in the void, smashing all the universe fragments hurtling towards him. Useless. All useless. His voice resounded through the void. Mo Nai. There is an old saying among the human race that goes, "It's rude not to reciprocate a kind gesture." The Black Ink clan delivered pure Yang Pass and a considerable amount of resources to me 20 years ago, so I brought you a generous gift today in return. Please accept my sincerity. Behind the universe fragments, hundreds of Eighth Order Masters shouted in unison, "Please accept our sincerity." Their unrestrained and defiant expressions nearly gave Mo Nai a heart attack from rage. Likewise, the expressions of the Black Ink clansmen in the no-return pass turned increasingly solemn. They would not have worried if they were simply attacked with hundreds of universe worlds. All from the Black Ink clan masters were currently assembled in the no-return pass, so with their combined strength, mere hundreds of universe worlds could easily be destroyed before they even got close. However, the human race army was currently surging towards their left and right flanks. If the Black Ink clan diverted their strength to intercept these universe worlds, the human army would surely take advantage of their distraction. On the other hand, the impact on the no-return pass would be too much if they simply ignored the universe worlds. The Black Ink clan masters might not be too affected, but those with lower cultivation would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Any possible casualties were merely their secondary concern, however, as their primary worry was that the impact of such an attack might threaten the safety of the Black Ink nests. After all, Black Ink nests were all extremely fragile. At this moment, the intention of the humans was extremely clear. The two groups pressing them from either side abruptly increased their speed so that they arrived at the same time as the universe worlds. They were planning to completely overwhelm the Black Ink clan from all sides. It was too late to reposition the troops at this point, so all Nayi could do was make some subtle adjustments here and there. He relayed order after order to the Black Ink clan army, and to their credit, the Black Ink clan army flawlessly executed his commands. The short wait that followed felt like endless torture. As the hundreds of universe worlds drew nearer, their huge shadows seemed to block out the entire sky, causing every single Black Ink clansman to feel a heavy and oppressive pressure. Many Black Ink clan masters also held their breaths and braced themselves against the coming impact. An hour later, the hundreds of universe worlds that were launched from the depths of the void finally entered the attacking range of the Black Ink clan. Nayi swiftly unleashed a secret technique. His actions were immediately followed by an overwhelming wave of attacks that burst out from the no-return pass and blasted towards the distance. Good. Xianxia pushed his space-time river in front of the lead universe world, coiling it into a giant swirling shield that absorbed and blocked the various secret techniques blasting towards it, causing the water to churn violently. Xianxia could only endure this barrage for 10 breaths before he began to buckle under the pressure. His strength was impressive and his attainments in the Grand Daos were extremely profound. Nevertheless, it was an extravagant hope to withstand the combined attacks of so many masters from the Black Ink clan. If he stubbornly insisted on this course of action, the very foundation of his Grand Daos would be affected once the space-time river was damaged. After uttering such haughty words, Xianxia decisively dodged to the side. Without his interference, the enormous universe world was blasted apart by the rain of secret techniques that came flying over in the next moment. The universe world shattered to pieces and scattered about at the same time. The human army approaching the no-return pass unleashed a volley of attacks. The void immediately lit up in various colors of all intensities. Then, these lights streaked across space like shooting stars and rained down upon the no-return pass. Countless Black Ink clan miscellaneous troops were stationed along the outermost edges of the no-return pass, and their numbers were overwhelming in every sense of the word. This formation was the most commonly used tactic by the Black Ink clan. Throughout the years of constant conflict with the human race, the Black Ink clan often relied upon the sacrifice of their cannon fodder to shave away at the strength of the humans at the outset of battle. After all, they could spawn as many of these miscellaneous troops as they wanted as long as they had Black Ink nests and resources. That was why the Black Ink clan remained unaffected by the deaths of these troops, no matter how many of them died. Besides, the existence of the cannon fodder could do more than just wear down the strength of the human race army. Following the deaths of the countless lower soldiers, the Black Ink's strength in their bodies would permeate their surroundings and gather together to form dense Black Ink clouds. It was equivalent to artificially creating a battlefield that was advantageous to the Black Ink clan. Fighting under such circumstances was undoubtedly disadvantageous for the human race army, but the Black Ink clan took to such conditions like how fish took to the water. In the past, the humans used to be greatly hindered by this tactic and suffered heavy casualties as a result. Fortunately, they had the purifying Black Ink pills and purifying light nowadays. The existence of the purifying Black Ink pills and purifying light drastically reduced the deterrent effect of these tactics on them, but they could not ignore the detrimental effects completely. There were bound to be some remaining effects from fighting the Black Ink clan under these conditions for extended periods. After the first volley of fire from the human race army, countless Black Ink clan troops were blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and the entire periphery of the no-return pass facing the Black Ink battlefield was gradually covered in Black Ink strength. When the human race masters launched their offensive, the Black Ink clan masters in the no-return pass were busy intercepting the universe worlds that came hurtling down their center. One after another, the universe worlds were blown apart into fragments of varying sizes that still hurtled towards the no-return pass. The scene was a huge mess. Fortunately, the human race army had prepared many universe worlds. Moreover, they did not pack them too closely together. Despite suffering some losses, the damages did not affect the overall situation. Nevertheless, more than 50 of the universe worlds were destroyed in the blink of an eye. At this rate, the universe worlds would all be completely destroyed before they could even cause any damage to the no-return pass. But how could the humans simply allow the Black Ink clan to do so? The Black Ink clan's cannon fodder stationed around the outermost edges of the no-return pass suffered heavy casualties, and enormous gaps soon appeared in the defense line that they formed. Although a steady stream of these miscellaneous troops rushed forward fearlessly to replenish their lines and fill the gaps, the reinforcements could no longer keep up with the speed of the losses. The human army steadily approached from opposite sides. In addition, the continuous barrage of secret techniques and artifacts that blasted out of the huge fleet and shot in the direction of the no-return pass forced the Black Ink clan to rely on the Black Ink giant spirit gods to intercept the attacks. Looking down from outside the battlefield, the scene of the war was extremely magnificent. Both the Black Ink clan and the human race had made extensive preparations for the battle. Numerous attacks containing violent and destructive power rose from their respective camps only to fall towards the opposing one. The battle was in full swing. Many masters from the Black Ink clan were being increasingly restrained by the forces of the human race army that were closing in, so they could only watch as the hundreds of universe worlds and fragments approached the no-return pass. The sight left them feeling powerless and anxious. At this moment, Emonayi was inside the no-return pass. He was simultaneously summoning various secret techniques to intercept the attacks from the human race army and monitoring the movement of his surroundings with his divine sense. Despite his calm demeanor on the surface, he was actually racked with anxiety for one simple reason. Xianxia was gone. When the universe worlds came flying towards the no-return pass, Xianxia had been standing atop the biggest one leading the way. Be that as it may, he had vanished without a trace after the universe world was smashed to pieces by the combined forces of the Black Ink clan. Xianxia's sudden disappearance sent a chill down Mo Naye's spine. Unknown dangers were the most terrifying, especially when a master like Xianxia was involved. It would not be a good thing for the Black Ink clan if Xianxia concealed his figure and aura, then took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the no-return pass. After a quick look around, Mo Naye was relieved to see that many of the pseudo-royal lords were still following his previous instructions and arrangements. The pseudo-royal lords were in 3 fortunes battle formations, which allowed them to guard each other's backs. In this way, they could protect themselves to a certain degree if Xianxia suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack on them. As for the territory lords below the pseudo-royal lords, there was no helping them. They could only blame their poor luck if they were targeted by Xianxia. With Xianxia's current status and cultivation, while he might not even care enough to specifically target these territory lords, there was still a possibility that he would eliminate them in passing. The ongoing battle remained unchanged. Although the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, their losses mainly came from the ranks of their cannon fodder, while the masters were mostly unharmed. On the other hand, the human race also suffered some degree of loss. Some of the warships out front had been damaged, and a few were completely destroyed. Of course, there were casualties among the soldiers too. Be that as it may, Mo Naye was not optimistic about the situation. Anybody with a discerning eye could see that humans had carefully planned and prepared their attack today. The Black Ink clan was bound to pay an expensive price in this battle. The human race army rapidly closed in on the no-return pass from both sides, and the hundreds of universe worlds flying forward approached the no-return pass at a high speed. These universe worlds were constantly being blown up as they closed in. It was fortunate that the Eighth Order masters controlling these universe worlds quickly noticed the danger and escaped beforehand. If not, they could not have defended themselves from the dense storm of attacks raining down on them. Ultimately, though, the Black Ink clan found themselves lacking the necessary numbers to handle the situation. Even though the Black Ink clan desperately tried to defend themselves, they simply lacked the manpower to face both the human race army and the universe world attack at the same time. An hour into the confrontation, one of the universe worlds finally broke through layers of heavy blockades and slammed into the Black Ink clan's outermost line of defense. At the moment of collision, the spirit arrays arranged on the universe world suddenly blazed with light and illuminated the entire sky like a great sun. The spectacle was immediately followed by the grand explosion of the universe world, which detonated with a terrifying force. It could be seen that the power of the spirit arrays was impressive indeed. It only took a moment for the Black Ink clan soldiers in the vicinity to be wiped out completely. Even a few of the territory lords staggered backwards from the force of the explosion. Meanwhile, the auras of many feudal lords vanished from existence. The expressions of many Black Ink clansmen changed at that sight as they gained a new understanding of their predicament. These universe worlds hurtling towards the no-return pass did not just contain enormous momentum but were also covered in various dangerous spirit arrays. That was what made these universe worlds even more terrifying. Unfortunately, their realization came too late. After one universe world broke through the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, a second and a third quickly followed. Although the majority of the universe worlds were destroyed en route, the human race army was extremely well prepared. In fact, they even went so far as to exhaust all their remaining resources just to arrange the spirit arrays on so many universe worlds. The places along the line of defense that were struck by the universe worlds were in complete disarray. There were countless casualties, and several spots now had wide gaps in them. Hence, the Black Ink clan masters nearby were rushing to restore the defense perimeter to hold the line. Nevertheless, this was just the beginning. At this point, the true power of the human race army had yet to be displayed. The previous exchange had merely been a long-distance confrontation, and the attack relying upon the collision of the universe worlds was simply borrowed from external forces. The power of the humans itself remained hidden from sight. Emonaye's heart sank. Before the war began, he had already mentally prepared himself for the fact that the Black Ink clan would suffer considerable losses. However, it would now seem that they were going to take far more casualties than he originally expected. All of a sudden, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. 3 pseudo-royal lords were standing along the line of defense in that direction. They had formed the Three Fortunes formation and were working together to attack one of the incoming universe worlds. This universe world had almost made it to the defense line at this point. Just as the universe world was about to collide with the outermost perimeter, it was abruptly stopped and exploded thanks to the joint attack of the 3 pseudo-royal lords. The huge impact unleashed a shockwave that caused ripples to spread out across the void in all directions, and the figures of the 3 pseudo-royal lords involuntarily staggered from the resulting aftermath. "Watch out!" Emonaye's furious roar suddenly rang out in the ears of the 3 pseudo-royal lords. Their reaction was undeniably swift. Almost at the same time that Emonaye shouted his warning, they drew upon their respective power and blasted their strongest attack in a certain direction. In that direction, a figure suddenly emerged from the space that was originally empty. It was none other than Xianxia, who had gone missing previously. Nobody knew how Xianxia had infiltrated the defenses of the Black Ink clan or when he had appeared at that position. After his 3 selves united, he successfully mastered Thundershadow's innate divine ability, which gave him an unmatched advantage in terms of concealment. Only a royal lord could perceive his movements and whereabouts within a limited range. If the pseudo-royal lords had investigated their surroundings wholeheartedly, they might have had a chance to notice his approach. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the pseudo-royal lords to see through the traces of Xianxia's movements under such chaotic conditions. The chaos had created the perfect conditions for Xianxia to hide in. Therefore, it was not until he made his move that the 3 pseudo-royal lords noticed his presence. Emonaye's warning had sounded at roughly the same time. When the sound of the surging river entered the depth of their hearts, the 3 pseudo-royal lords involuntarily gulped nervously as a wave of fear washed over them. Xianxia's achievements in E5 territory had long since spread throughout the no-return pass. At this point, not a single Black Ink clansman remained ignorant about that tragedy. A total of 8 pseudo-royal lords had died at Xianxia's hands, all thanks to the mysterious Dao strength river he possessed. As the saying went, a lesson from the past was a guide for the future. The deep-seated fear of Xianxia experienced by these 3 pseudo-royal lords could be said to come from the bottom of their hearts. Accompanied by the sound of roaring water that resounded throughout the void, the Dao strength river appeared and swept towards the 3 pseudo-royal lords like a flood. It was natural to try to avoid such attacks as soon as possible under normal circumstances. After all, they would never recover if they were caught in the currents of the Dao strength river. Unexpectedly, though, the 3 pseudo-royal lords did not dodge the attack immediately. On the contrary, their fighting spirits seemed to awaken at this juncture of life or death. The aura that was closely connected between them became increasingly solid as a result as they swiftly blasted out a continuous barrage of attacks at the Dao Strength River sweeping towards them. The Dao Strength River, which was relatively calm in the beginning, abruptly churned violently. As the bombardment from the pseudo-royal lords intensified, the waves of the Dao Strength River swelled to greater heights. Yang Kai, who was holding the Dao Strength River in his hand, involuntarily gave a muffled grunt. At the same time, the strength of his offensive weakened considerably as a result. Seeing that, the three pseudo-royal lords were overjoyed as they also secretly felt a sense of admiration and respect for Mo Nai. Sir Mo Nai is a hero indeed. His instructions were indeed an effective method to counter Yang Kai's Dao Strength River. The truth was that Mo Nai had taught the pseudo-royal lords various methods and strategies to counter Yang Kai's Dao Strength River after the battle in E5 territory. Not only did he confront Yang Kai inside the universe furnace, but he was also swept into the space-time river by Yang Kai once and broke free from its restraints thanks to various circumstances. That was why he had a certain degree of understanding regarding the Dao Strength River. The battle at E5 territory had resulted in great losses for the Black Ink clan. The deaths of 8 pseudo-royal lords had left Mou and Mo Nai heartbroken. They no longer had the means to increase the number of pseudo-royal lords anymore, so there would be one less pseudo-royal lord with every death. After that incident, Mo Nai had seriously considered various methods to overcome Yang Kai's Dao Strength River. He knew that the mysterious river was condensed from Yang Kai's Dao strengths, but since it was a physical manifestation of Dao strengths, it could theoretically be damaged. Combined with his experience from fighting Yang Kai inside the universe furnace, he eventually came to a conclusion. Blindly dodging and retreating from an attack launched by Yang Kai's Dao Strength River would only lead to a delayed death. Only by facing the attack head-on and striking at it with a mighty force could one defend themselves against him. Naturally, this was only a hypothesis and the actual results of confronting Yang Kai with such methods could not be confirmed. When Yang Kai abruptly appeared and launched a sneak attack on the 3 pseudo-royal lords, Mo Nai had swiftly rushed over to assist. At the same time, he also widened his eyes and observed the situation intently to verify whether his theory was correct. As soon as he saw the 3 pseudo-royal lords defending themselves against the Dao Strength River with their combined strength, his heavy mood lightened considerably. Sure enough, his suggestion was effective. Yang Kai was not invincible after all. Having advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai was very strong. Nevertheless, the most threatening ability in his arsenal was currently his Dao Strength River. The main reason the pseudo-royal lords in E5 territory had suffered such huge losses was that they had never encountered such a strange method before. With no means to defend themselves, they were caught off guard and suffered horribly. As long as the Black Ink clan had the means to suppress the Dao Strength River, then Yang Kai's threat to the Black Ink clan would be reduced greatly. Needless to say, achieving such a feat would not be easy. Having 3 pseudo-royal lords working together to establish a battle formation was the minimum requirement. Oh! In the center of the battlefield, Yang Kai made an astonished exclamation as he observed 3 pseudo-royal lords before him. Although he was surprised by this development, he had to admit that their response was certainly the correct method to resist him. The approach of taking the offensive and advancing relentlessly had certainly suppressed his attack. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Mo Nai rushing towards him. The other pseudo-royal lords were also coming over to provide support. At this rate, it would not take long before he was surrounded. But even though the situation was very dangerous, Yang Kai showed no signs of panic. Wielding the Dao Strength River like a whip, he constantly brandished it at the 3 pseudo-royal lords. On his other hand, he suddenly raised his hand above his head and space principles condensed into a brilliant ball of light above his palm. Nobody knew what Yang Kai was planning to do, but looking at Yang Kai's actions gave Mo Nai an ominous feeling, and he immediately shouted, "Kill him!" In the next instant, a series of powerful attacks blasted out from Mo Nai and the pseudo-royal lords rushing over to help. These attacks landed unerringly in Yang Kai's direction. The space around Yang Kai suddenly became distorted, and under the impetus of the rampaging space principles, those attacks barged into the distorted space like uninvited guests. Then, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The attacks that had originally been traveling at an extremely high speed suddenly became as slow as a crawling turtle after entering the distortion. They were still approaching Yang Kai, but at a speed that was hard to even see. At such a slow speed, even a 3-year-old child standing there could easily avoid these attacks. Fortunately, Mo Na Yi was very discerning. He could tell at a glance that the secret techniques thrown at Yang Kai had not become slower. On the contrary, it was the space that had become extremely distorted. Near distant horizon. This space secret technique might not contain any defensive abilities on its own, but it had great defensive effects. The void surrounding Yang Kai's figure was infinitely stretched out thanks to the manipulation of space principles. Even though the secret techniques continued to travel at a terrifying speed, they seemed almost frozen on the spot under the effects of the infinitely stretched out space. At the same time, Yang Kai abruptly brought down his hand that was held above his head earlier. Nothing seemed to occur, but be that as it may, the expressions of the 3 pseudo-royal lords facing Yang Kai changed drastically in the wake of the seemingly useless blow. A turbulent wave of fear surged through their hearts at that moment because their intricately linked auras, which had seemed indestructible previously, suddenly fell apart as though sliced by a sharp blade when Yang Kai's hand came swinging down. The 3 fortunes formation had been broken. The space-time river swept towards them in the next moment, and unfortunately for them, they no longer had the means to defend themselves against the attack. Without the support of the battle formation, the pseudo-royal lords were no match for Yang Kai with their strength alone. One of the pseudo-royal lords was dragged into the depths of the river and disappeared quickly with a small splash. On the other hand, the second pseudo-royal lord reacted swiftly under the circumstances. As soon as he was caught in the currents of the river, he began to struggle desperately. Unfortunately for him, it was as though he was stuck in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank into the raging waters. The third pseudo-royal lord turned out to be the smartest. As soon as the 3 fortunes formation was destroyed, he immediately turned tail and fled. Even Yang Kai could not catch the fleeing pseudo-royal lord in time despite his quick reflexes. At this moment, the barrage of attacks from earlier finally overcame the limits of his near-distant horizon secret technique and slammed into Yang Kai's body. A dazzling golden dragon phantom emerged from nowhere and coiled around Yang Kai's body. When the powerful attacks exploded, the phantom dragon dissipated and Yang Kai's body shook violently from the impact. A trickle of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as a result. If it were any other Ninth Order master who bore the brunt of these attacks instead, they would inevitably suffer heavy injuries as a result. However, Yang Kai was a divine dragon. By relying on the physique of a divine dragon to protect him, he only suffered minor injuries from these attacks. That was an advantage that no other Ninth Order master enjoyed. The dragon clan stood at the top of the divine spirits after all, so it was only natural for them to possess incredible strength. Mo Na Yi was close at hand, and a howl burst from his lips. "Yang Kai, why are you calling my name?" Yang Kai sneered and took a step backwards. At the same time, his figure suddenly turned into an illusory phantom and space principles fluctuated wildly. Mo Na Yi's fist landed on the illusory phantom, causing it to shatter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was nowhere to be found by then. Yang Kai's laughter came from the distance. "Who can stop me if I am determined to eliminate your pseudo-royal lords?" Mo Na Yi turned and looked in the direction of Yang Kai's voice, only to see Yang Kai standing at the head of the Dao Strength River. The waters in the Dao Strength River were turbulent, churning and roiling violently. At a glance, it almost seemed as though Yang Kai was standing on top of a dragon. It was a magnificent and majestic sight to behold. If there was no other external aggression threatening the Black Ink clan, Mo Na Yi would not have allowed Yang Kai to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, the human race army was pressing their attack, and there were still many universe worlds threatening to impact the no-return pass. Even now, Mo Na Yi was powerless to rescue the 2 pseudo-royal lords who were captured earlier. Yang Kai glanced at Mo Na Yi coldly, and then he turned around and plunged into the river. In the next moment, the movements within the space-time river became more turbulent. It was evident that masters were fighting inside. Just 10 breaths later, Yang Kai's figure appeared once more with a corpse in each hand. It was none other than the 2 pseudo-royal lords whom he dragged into the river previously. All the Black Ink clansmen who witnessed the scene couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy for their comrades. The war had yet to begin in earnest, but the Black Ink clan had already lost 2 pseudo-royal lords. While there were indeed many pseudo-royal lords, their numbers would not be enough to endure for long at this rate. What happened next terrified the Black Ink clan even more. Xianxia held up the corpses of the 2 pseudo-royal lords in a demonstrative manner. Then he casually tossed them aside and withdrew the space-time river. In the next moment, his figure vanished out of sight once more. The pseudo-royal lords were in mortal danger, and the realization caused a chill to run down their backs. Moreover, they all now felt that Xianxia was watching them intently from the shadows, harboring malicious intentions towards them. Contrary to the reaction of the Black Ink clan, the morale of the human race army increased sharply after they witnessed Xianxia infiltrating the enemy camp alone and reaping the lives of 2 pseudo-royal lords. The attacks shooting out from the human race army and towards the no-return pass became more vicious and concentrated as a result. Furthermore, the human race masters all rolled up their sleeves and prepared to display their respective talents on the battlefield during the coming battle. The barrage of universe worlds also continued. Even though most were destroyed en route, the efforts of the human race army to suppress the Black Ink clan forced the latter to allocate more of their energy towards their own defenses instead. In this situation, they were strong in will but weak in strength. They simply could not maintain their efforts to intercept the incoming universe worlds. Besides, none of the pseudo-royal lords dared to exert their full strength after witnessing Xianxia's flashy demonstration. Every one of them held back slightly in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Immortality knew that they had fallen for Xianxia's tricks. Xianxia had not infiltrated the enemy camp alone to demonstrate his bravery. Rather, his main purpose was to distract the masters from the Black Ink clan. Despite knowing Xianxia's intentions, Immortality could not force the pseudo-royal lords to ignore their own safety and go all out. There was no guarantee that Xianxia would not attack once more if they let down their defenses. What seemed real could be fake, and what was fake could become real. It could be said that Xianxia's attack had tied the hands of all the masters of the Black Ink clan. Xianxia was the only person among the entire human race who could achieve such a feat. The defense line outside the no-return pass was created with the damaged great passes that were abandoned by the human race army in the past, as the Foundation and a large number of artifacts had been constructed on these great passes. But the Black Ink disciples were not very adept at artifact refining. After all, those who were proficient in artifact refining generally contributed to the war efforts from the safety of the rear. As they rarely stepped onto the battlefield, they avoided the fate of being captured by the Black Ink clan and converted into Black Ink disciples. It was for that reason that the artifacts prepared in advance by the Black Ink clan were far inferior to those possessed by the humans in terms of both power and attack range. When the human race army first started approaching the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan masters in charge of operating the artifacts could only watch as the enemy marched forward. The defensive artifacts could be activated at any time, but their effects were extremely limited. It was not until the human race army entered the attack range of these artifacts that countless lights began to blaze from the abandoned great passes that surrounded the external perimeter of the no-return pass. Be that as it may, these attacks were nothing to the enormous human fleet. Aside from causing some slight trouble to part of the human army, they did not play an essential role in the war. It did not take long for the human race army to target and suppress them instead. Many gaps had appeared along the middle of the defensive line due to the constant collision of the universe worlds. When the last few universe worlds finally arrived at the no-return pass and detonated, the gap in the defense line only became bigger. At the same time, the human race army deployed a massive number of troops straight towards the gaps without the slightest hesitation. It was clear that they were aiming to use these gaps in the Black Ink clan's lines to rout the Black Ink clan's defense entirely. If they succeeded, then they could march right in and conquer the no-return pass without obstruction. The no-return pass currently contained all of the high-rank Black Ink nests of the Black Ink clan. If the human race army invaded the no-return pass, the high-rank Black Ink nests would inevitably suffer extensive losses regardless of the outcome of the battle. There was no question that such losses would affect the production of more Black Ink clansmen as well as the healing of their masters. How could Immortality allow such a thing to happen? He immediately mobilized many masters and led the Black Ink army to intercept those invaders. The opening of the first battle of the No-Return Pass was fought at long range, and although the humans gained a huge advantage, it did not fundamentally change the situation. To really retake the No-Return Pass, they still had to rely on their soldiers to engage in close-quarter combat with the Black Ink clan. The Blood Flame, Wolf Fong, Soaring Cloud, Burning Moon, Azure Dawn, and Jade Cicada armies flooded over like a raging tidal wave, pouring through the gaps in the Black Ink clan defense line. The remaining 6 armies continued their assault from the left and right flanks of the No-Return Pass, holding down the Black Ink clan masters and army as best they could. As the human army continued to tighten its encirclement, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. There were constant sounds of death all across the battlefield from both the Black Ink clan and the humans. Across the vast conflict zone, aside for the few masters who stood at the pinnacle, the might of an individual became insignificant. However, the synergistic power of combined forces became more than simple numbers would imply. When this was applied on the battlefield, a scenario of death by 1,000 cuts became a reality. The Black Ink clan tried their best to stem the attack, but the strain they were under from the outset of the battle caused their response to be weaker than the opponents. Their resistance only lasted less than half an hour before the 6 human race armies broke through the defense perimeter and stormed through the gaps. The human soldiers soon reached the broken Great Passes, which once belonged to the human race but had been abandoned for thousands of years. Warships sailed through and struck the enemy with secret techniques and artifacts, while dodging the enemy's counterattacks with astonishing agility. This was the first battle of the human race Grand Army at the No-Return Pass, so they needed to achieve a spectacular victory. Mi Jingluan did not expect to retake the No-Return Pass in one fell swoop. After all, that was simply unrealistic. Nevertheless, momentum and morale were key factors in winning any war. The ultimate goal of the battle was determined even before the army was mobilized: inflict maximum damage on the enemy while minimizing their own casualties. With such an objective, the human warships did not act as lone squads, but rather moved as battalions. Squad worked in units of 8 or 9, protecting each other, advancing and retreating together, so that they could maximize the advantages of the warships and attack the enemy while preserving themselves. The masters of the two sides had also taken action against each other. The Eighth Order masters, territory lords, and pseudo-royal lords all opened up separate battlefields where they aimed to slaughter each other. The humans now had many more Eighth Order masters than the Black Ink clan had territory lords. Thousands of years ago, the situation was completely different. At that time, the Eighth Order masters struggled to resist the swarm of territory lords and fought every battle with all their might to kill the enemy, every time receiving various hard-to-recover from wounds. Ouyang Lai, for example, was afraid to take the supreme grade open heaven pill given to him by Yang Kai because of the accumulation of such wounds in his body. He was concerned that he might fail in his breakthrough and waste a chance for a potential Ninth Order master. In the end, he succeeded and reached the Ninth Order, becoming Army Commander of Profound Nether Army. Back when the situation of the humans was critical, the Profound Nether battlefield was nearly captured by the Black Ink clan because they lacked top masters. The main reason why they were able to hold out at the time was because the Eighth Order masters were bold enough to put their lives on the line when they went to war. Additionally, they had battle formations and warships to assist them. However, all of this was not enough to counter the Black Ink clan's overwhelming numerical advantage. It was not until Yang Kai stepped in and forced the Black Ink clan to sign a truce that the situation of the Eighth Order masters became better. Otherwise, many more veteran Eighth Order masters would have died. Today, after thousands of years of accumulation, the heritage of the human race has become unprecedentedly strong. There were numerous rising stars who had become Eighth Order masters, and now, Eighth Order masters completely outnumbered the territory lords and were capable of completely suppressing them. Moreover, the strength of an acquired territory lords was generally inferior to that of an Eighth Order master, not to mention their lesser numbers. However, the Black Ink clan also had a great number of pseudo-royal lords on their side. Each pseudo-royal lord had the ability to deal with a 5 elements or even 6 paths formation formed by Eighth Order masters. Worse, in order to defend against Yang Kai, pseudo-royal lords would group in threes to form their own battle formations, making them much more difficult to deal with. Except for the Ninth Order Masters who could deal with the Three Fortunes formation formed by pseudo-royal lords, the Eighth Order Masters had to assume a 5 elements or even 6 paths formation to deal with a single pseudo-royal lord. In other words, 3 pseudo-royal lords in a battle formation would keep around 20 or even more Eighth Order Masters occupied, which greatly compensated for the lack of territory lords. However, due to their fear of Yang Kai, none of the pseudo-royal lords in their respective formations dared to use all their strength. All of them reserved some of their strength and diverted part of their attention to guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack. Therefore, from how it looked, the Eighth Order Masters in battle formations had the upper hand over the pseudo-royal lords also in battle formations. This situation was quite bizarre. As soon as the human race army bypassed the Great Pass's defensive line, they immediately set about annihilating everything they could reach. Soldiers of both sides scattered on the vast battlefield and fought so violently that the void trembled under their collective impact. Blooms of evil purging divine spears appeared everywhere, resulting in the Black Ink clan suffering terrible losses. The human stockpile of evil purging divine spears was fully distributed for this battle as there was no need to worry about supplies anymore. The human race was going all out for this battle. Not long after the 6 human race armies attacking overwhelmed the Black Ink clan defense line, the 6 remaining armies on the left and right flanks also broke through the Black Ink clan's defense line, circumventing the broken Great Passes and meeting the Black Ink clan in close quarters. The whole area outside the no-return pass was now embroiled in the flames of war. MOU! A roar suddenly sounded from somewhere in the void, and with that roar, a magnificent figure crashed through the Black Ink clan's blockade with unstoppable power. As MOU said to MONAI before the battle, once the fighting started, the Ninth Order Masters would definitely come to him. According to the information that the humans had, he and MONAI were the only 2 royal lords. Thus, suppressing them would greatly benefit the humans in battle. MOU's prophecy came true when he was approached by none other than Xianxia. MOU was prepared for such a situation, and now that Xianxia had called him out, he would not avoid the fight. After Xianxia's roar, MOU rushed out from the no-return pass, his black ink strength surging as it transformed into a huge black ink cloud that covered the sky and enveloped the approaching enemy. A fierce struggle began within the black ink cloud before swiftly moving outside the no-return pass. A battle between a Ninth Order Master and a Royal Lord was so intense that if they did not move away from the main battlefield, there would be severe collateral damage to both the humans and the Black Ink clan. MONAI! Another roar came from the human race army. Seeing that Xianxia had successfully lured MOU away, Ouyang was ready to take on the other Royal Lord. According to their original plan, as long as he pinned down MONAI, then the 2 Royal Lords would be too busy to coordinate the Black Ink clan, including the 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. Thus, even if they were not able to kill the 2 Royal Lords, the entire Black Ink clan army would become leaderless. However, as soon as Ouyang moved, a group of pseudo-royal lords in a 3 fortunes formation blocked his way. There were more Eighth Order Masters in the profound Nether army to help, but the Black Ink clan also had territory lords and the other pseudo-royal lords who were moving towards them. With Ouyang at the center, human and Black Ink clan masters engaged in a ruthless melee. Ouyang was so angry that he shouted as he fought with the 3 pseudo-royal lords, MONAI, if you have the guts, come out and fight with me alone. However, no matter how much Ouyang shouted, MONAI remained unperturbed and ignored him as he remained inside the no-return pass to oversee the situation. With a huge potential threat like Yang Kai lurking in the shadows, MONAI would not care about Ouyang. From his standpoint, the biggest threat from the humans was Yang Kai. While the human race army attacked from 3 sides, Yang Kai was repeatedly using both Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability and his own space-time river. Needless to say, he made gains almost every time he struck. All pseudo-royal lords throughout the battlefield were his prey. Even though the pseudo-royal lords were in battle formations and were vigilant of their surroundings, they were still caught off guard when Yang Kai suddenly appeared and struck them. If they were lucky, they could block Yang Kai's attacks and save themselves. However, if they were unlucky, as many as 3 pseudo-royal lords would be caught in his space-time river, and the Black Ink clan knew exactly what would happen once they fell into the raging waters. Xianxia weaved through the battlefield, swiftly moving from one success to the next. Each time he found an opening, he dove in to kill the cornered pseudo-royal lords. Within a short time, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords had been killed by these successive ambushes. It could be said that Xianxia alone had done more than all the other Ninth Order masters combined. This was a huge loss for the Black Ink clan, and Immortality was getting desperate, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had been trying to keep track of Xianxia's whereabouts, but with such a huge battlefield and Xianxia's quick and unpredictable movements, it was impossible to do so. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Immortality knew that things would reach a critical breaking point if he did not do something. He gritted his teeth and looked up at the lofty Great Pass in the void. Pure Yang Pass, which Xianxia took away from the No-Return Pass some 20 years ago, had now become the location of the human race's supreme headquarters. It was where their supreme commander, Mi Jingluan, remained and directed the fights on the entire battlefield. After the 12 armies of the human race were fully engaged, Pure Yang Pass became very conspicuous as it remained outside of the battlefield. The battlefield was vast and chaotic. In such a situation, it was impossible even for the Ninth Order masters to know what was happening everywhere at all times. Once there was no central coordination and control, the humans' 12 armies were bound to fail even if they broke through all the Black Ink clan's defenses. The Ninth Order master leading each of their armies also had to fight, and did not have much spare energy to observe the general situation. This situation only exacerbated when the armies broke through the initial defenses of the Black Ink clan, as they were then thrown into a chaotic melee and no longer had a structured formation which was easy to coordinate. Once communications broke down, the situation of each army became more dangerous. If the humans needed help at a particular battlefield, forces needed to be redistributed to maximize benefits without causing detriments. If the humans could exploit the weakness of the Black Ink clan defense, then they could reap twice the results with half the effort. To achieve all this, the 12 armies needed a pair of eyes that could overlook the entire battlefield. It had to be a calm and intelligent mind who could transmit battlefield orders rapidly. The Supreme Headquarters played this role. The soldiers at the Great Pass could see the whole battlefield clearly and quickly reported the situation from all positions, while Mi Jingluan and his staff were responsible for analyzing the intelligence and formulating plans in the shortest possible time. In this way, the 12 armies would be able to coordinate perfectly as a single unit to pose a deadly threat to the Black Ink clan in the No-Return Pass. This time, the humans came prepared for the battle. Even the intelligent Immortality did not expect that the human race would use tactics such as throwing universe worlds filled with arrays to punch through the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter, causing the Black Ink clansmen in the No-Return Pass to suffer a considerable loss. Together with Xianxia's unpredictable ambushes and ruthless kills, the pseudo-royal lords were all at their wits' end. If Xianxia continued to cut down the pseudo-royal lords, when their number fell below a certain limit, the Black Ink clan may not be able to stop the humans even if they went all out. Therefore, from Black Ink clan's standpoint, they had to find a way to break the humans' current momentum. Immortality had a direct interest in Pure Yang Pass, or more directly, in Mi Jingluan. Immortality had never underestimated the importance of Mi Jingluan and the Supreme Headquarters and had wanted to find a chance to slaughter them all for many years. But unfortunately, Mi Jingluan had not ever appeared on the frontline battlefields, so he could not do anything about him. It was a good opportunity now that the humans were attacking the No-Return Pass. However, Pure Yang Pass was going to pose some problems. Although this Great Pass had not yet displayed its power, it was clearly repaired and refurbished over the past 20 or so years. Immortality could not estimate how much of its original power Pure Yang Pass could display at the moment, but he did not doubt that if it was brought into the battle it would cause a huge breakthrough for the human race, and the Black Ink clan would have to pay a huge price to stop it. Even before the fighting started, Immortality had thought about attacking Pure Yang Pass, and since things had come to this point, it was time for him to act boldly. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Immortality's divine sense surged, sending commands in all directions. The next moment, the Black Ink clan army on the battlefield suddenly turned from defense to offense, and many of them rushed towards the human warships. The warships were caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, and many were blown to pieces across the battlefield. The human soldiers inside now did not have the protection of their warships and were quickly swamped by the boundless Black Ink clan soldiers. Only a few managed to escape by virtue of their strong cultivation. The scene looked like a group of sharks tearing at their bleeding prey. The nearby human soldiers quickly moved to provide assistance, but this barely stabilized the situation. At that moment, Mo Yi, who had been watching from the no-return pass, lunged forward. Along with him, 12 other figures rushed out from the no-return pass. Judging from the unmistakable auras, those were 12 pseudo-royal lords. There were numerous Black Ink clan's pseudo-royal lords. Not all of them were deployed to the battlefield in the previous wars. It was estimated that only 70% of them fought on the battlefield, while the remaining 30% were recuperating in the no-return pass. They did this to preserve their strength and to guard the no-return pass. After all, Xianxia could turn up at any moment to harass them, so Mo Yi did not dare to relax his vigilance. If Xianxia rushed into the no-return pass and stirred up chaos, the high-rank Black Ink nests would be decimated. So even though 12 more pseudo-royal lords were coming out of the no-return pass, there were still a good number of pseudo-royal lords engaged in the main battle. Mo Yi attacked together with the 12 pseudo-royal lords along with a large army of 1,000,000 Black Ink clansmen, including many feudal lords and territory lords. This conspicuous army rushed towards the disrupted human lines, and even though the human army at that location tried their best to intercept them, they were unable to contain the enemy thrust. The human defensive line was torn apart by the Black Ink clan attack in a short while. 1,000,000 bloodthirsty and ruthless Black Ink clan soldiers flowed through the gap like a torrent. Led by Mo Yi and the 12 pseudo-royal lords, they charged straight towards the direction of Pyongyang Pass, their objective obvious to all. The humans on the nearby battlefield saw this, and although they wanted to intercept, they were unable to. In the next moment, Mo Yi, who was leading the army, suddenly stopped, while the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the 1,000,000-strong army continued their rampage, as if they were not aware of this and still charged in the direction of Pyongyang Pass. Mo Yi turned his head and shouted in the direction of the no-return pass, "Xianxia!" He thought that if he showed any intention of attacking Pyongyang Pass, Xianxia would definitely show up and stop him. However, Mo Yi never thought that the cunning Xianxia would instead head straight for the no-return pass. Before the pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass could react, he quickly destroyed 2 high-rank Black Ink nests. The pseudo-royal lords were not to be blamed for this, as they had no way to conceal their auras. Thus, they all stuck out like cranes among chickens in Xianxia's senses. All he needed to do was to choose the places where the pseudo-royal lord's defenses were the weakest, and then he could do whatever he wanted. It was only then that several pseudo-royal lords nearby reacted and rushed to stop Xianxia, starting a huge fight with him. This battle rocked the no-return pass, and the fallout was devastating, decimating several more high-rank Black Ink nests. Mo Yi quickly turned around and headed for the no-return pass, with his heart aching over the losses. Like the pseudo-royal lords, the high-rank Black Ink nest could not be replaced. Without these high-rank Black Ink nests, how could the Black Ink clans create more soldiers? If the high-rank Black Ink nests were all destroyed, the Black Ink clan of the no-return pass would become a river without a source. Their defeat would be inevitable once that happened. By the time Mo Yi rushed back to the no-return pass and entered the battlefield, 6 high-rank Black Ink nests had already been destroyed. Upon seeing this, Mo Yi bellowed, "Leave one formation behind. The others guard the Black Ink nests." Upon hearing his order, the pseudo-royal lords who were ordered to stay with Mo Yi joined him in battling Xianxia, while the rest of the pseudo-royal lords formed 3 fortunes formations to guard their surrounding areas. Xianxia did not continue his attacks on the no-return pass. Instead, he took a step back, dashed past the group of pseudo-royal lords as he glared at Mo Yi. The 3 pseudo-royal lords did not dare to chase after him, but approached Mo Yi and stood beside him. At this moment, Mo Yi looked at Xianxia with his eyes blazing and gritted his teeth. "Bastard!" Xianxia smiled smugly and taunted. "Why do you look so bitter? You deployed your troops against Pyongyang Pass, and you expect me not to do anything? Wasn't your intention to draw me out? You should be happy that you achieved your goal." Mo Yi looked at him with a deep frown, and his anger slowly eased as he said with a frown, "You saw through my intentions. However, he was not faking his anger. Since the beginning of the war, more than a dozen pseudo-royal lords had been killed by Xianxia, and now half a dozen high-rank black ink nests had been smashed. Even if Mo Na Yi had a steady temperament, it was impossible for him not to be furious. However, his anger was not as intense as expected. Xianxia raised his hand, pointed to his eyes, and asked as he glared, "Do you know what these are?" Mo Na Yi's mind raced and asked in return doubtfully, "What? Eyes?" Xianxia replied, "I'm not blind." Mo Na Yi was flabbergasted. Although the battle was in full swing outside the no-return pass, two top masters were simply staring at each other inside the no-return pass. They just stared and talked to each other without fighting. However, the tension was very tense and treacherous. Moments later, Mo Na Yi quickly asked, "Has Mi Jingluan broken through to the Ninth Order?" "What makes you think so?" Xianxia asked with a puzzled expression. The Black Ink clan should not know about Mi Jingluan becoming a Ninth Order master. Even if they found out about the two newly promoted Ninth Order masters, it should have been impossible for Mo Na Yi to know Mi Jingluan had also broken through. Mo Na Yi replied with a shrug. "It's obvious. Originally, I had already guessed that Mi Jingluan might have become a Ninth Order master. After the battle in the Universe Furnace, the Universe Furnace world became a hunting ground for the humans. The humans might have obtained another supreme-grade open heaven pill, and the most logical person to take it would be Mi Jingluan, but that was all only a guess. When I saw how you reacted just now, though, I became 80% certain, so that's how it is." Xianxia appeared to be enlightened. "The attack on Pure Yang Pass was not only to lure me out, but also to verify your suspicions." After a pause, Xianxia continued, "Your main purpose must be the latter." At this point, there was no point in denying it, as the 12 pseudo-royal lords led a million-strong Black Ink clan army towards the Pure Yang Pass, which was outside the battlefield. There was no longer a way to hide the fact that Mi Jingluan had advanced to become a Ninth Order master. If Mi Jingluan was still only an Eighth Order master, Xianxia would have to go to their rescue instead of boldly attacking the no-return pass. Since Xianxia appeared in the no-return pass, it meant that he was at ease about Mi Jingluan's safety, and in such a large-scale battlefield, only a Ninth Order master was able to guarantee their own safety. Mo Na Yi shook his head and said, "No, the main reason was still to lure you out and pin you down. Xianxia, you must not underestimate yourself. Everyone from the royal lords down to the ordinary Black Ink clansman fears you deeply." Xianxia grinned and replied, "Should I feel honored? Do as you please. I'm just speaking the truth." Mo Na Yi stared at Xianxia, as did the three pseudo-royal lords standing beside him. None of them let their guard down even when Mo Na Yi was having a conversation with Xianxia, and any abnormal movement would result in a violent exchange between them. This was also the reason why Xianxia was willing to stand here and chat with Mo Na Yi. Otherwise, he would have already used instantaneous movement to disappear to somewhere else on the battlefield to kill more enemies. However, Mo Na Yi had locked onto him using his aura. Thus, even if he tried to use instantaneous movement, it would have been disrupted. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly said, "Since you have guessed that senior brother Mi had become a Ninth Order master, aren't you worried about the safety of those pseudo-royal lords?" As they spoke, the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the million-strong Black Ink clan army had already closed in on Pure Yang Pass. The two sides would clash violently at any moment. If Mi Jingluan was still an Eighth Order master, then the Black Ink clan would have had a great chance to capture the Great Pass and kill Mi Jingluan. However, now that Mo Na Yi knew that Mi Jingluan was already in the Ninth Order, it made no sense for him to continue the attack. It was foolish for them to charge towards danger with no possibility of gains. Mo Na Yi couldn't make such a choice. However, that was exactly what he did. Mo Na Yi replied nonchalantly, "Why should I worry?" Xianxia frowned when he heard that. If he did not worry about the safety of his attacking army, then did that mean that the humans needed to worry? At that moment, he saw the Black Ink clan army from the no-return pass making a very different move. Just as they closed to the defensive perimeter of Pure Yang Pass, this army, led by 12 pseudo-royal lords, suddenly turned around and charged back towards the battlefield. In that direction, human and Black Ink clan soldiers were in an evenly matched fight with neither side able to send reinforcements within a short period of time. A large army would be able to change the situation of that local battlefield and allow the Black Ink clan to gain the upper hand if they rushed over at this moment. Yang Kai's expression changed instantly and said, "So this is your plan?" Mo Na Yi ordered the 12 pseudo-royal lords to lead a million-strong Black Ink clan army to attack Pure Yang Pass, hold Yang Kai back, and verify Mi Jingluan's advancement to the Ninth Order. But his ultimate objective was to wheel around and attack the humans from behind to create an advantage for the Black Ink clan. Mo Na Yi. Yang Kai raged. Mo Na Yi just said that his main purpose was to hold Yang Kai back, which made him lower his guard. However, even that was a deception. Yang Kai was particularly annoyed with Mo Na Yi at this moment, who could somehow turn an unfavorable situation around with clever tactics and deliver a blow to his enemies they never expected. Yang Kai nearly died when he intercepted the innate territory lords who had escaped from Primordial Heaven's source grand restriction thanks to a similar scheme. If it was not for the Universe Furnace's sudden appearance at the critical moment, Yang Kai might not have survived. In Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan looked from the top of the walls at the Black Ink clan army, which was getting farther and farther away from Pure Yang Pass. He then looked over in the direction of the no-return pass and sighed lightly, "Seems I've been exposed." Before the battle began, he had thought of using himself as bait to lure the Black Ink clan to attack. His advancement to the Ninth Order was only now known to the higher-ups of the human race while the Black Ink clan was totally unaware. Therefore, after the battle started, the 12 armies all pressed forward, leaving Pure Yang Pass vulnerable outside the battlefield. This was to send a message to the Black Ink clan and Mo Na Yi. The supreme headquarters is on Pure Yang Pass, and Mi Jingluan is also on Pure Yang Pass. As long as the Black Ink clan could take down Pure Yang Pass, then the humans would become blind and deaf. When that happened, regardless of how strong the humans were, even if they could recapture the supreme headquarters, they would eventually be defeated. This deception was initially successful. Mo Na Yi had an army charge towards Pure Yang Pass, but just when they were about to engage each other, the pseudo-royal lords leading the way turned around and flew back to the battlefield. Their target had always been the human race army. If Black Ink clan defeated the humans at their targeted spot, then the Black Ink clan army would be able to gain a foothold and use that part of the battlefield to expand their advantage. "No need to hide anymore. Let's fight," Mi Jingluan said softly. The next moment, numerous figures suddenly shot out from Pure Yang Pass and chased after the Black Ink clan army with the 12 pseudo-royal lords leading them. The two leading figures, with powerful auras, were the two newly promoted Ninth Order Masters of the human race. Right behind them were nearly 200 Eighth Order Masters. Mi Jingluan had used Pure Yang Pass and himself as bait, so naturally, he had made all the necessary arrangements. The garrison of Pure Yang Pass might have seemed obvious at a glance, but under the cover of many concealment arrays, the two newly advanced Ninth Order Masters and a large group of Eighth Order Masters were quietly lying in wait. If the 12 pseudo-royal lords and the million-strong Black Ink clan troops dared to set foot on Pure Yang Pass, they would end up with heavy casualties. For this reason, Mi Jingluan even hid Shi Dezhuang and Tang Tao from the public even when the battles began. However, now that they had been exposed, there was no longer any point in hiding them anymore. They were now Ninth Order Masters. Thus, it was time for them to play a role in the battlefield. The two Ninth Order Masters led some 200 Eighth Order Masters towards the Black Ink clan army, and although their numbers were far less than the enemy, their strength was comparable. The two Ninth Order Masters took point and charged into the enemy army, slicing through it like a hot knife through butter. Black blood splattered with body parts flying everywhere, leaving a trail of dead and dying Black Ink clansmen. It was only when the leading 12 pseudo-royal lords managed to intervene and blunt the human race masters' assault, halting the wanton slaughter of their subordinates. "So, you had two more Ninth Order Masters," Mo Na Yi remarked calmly as he watched Yang Kai closely, able to sense the violent fallout from the clash even from where he stood. The sudden appearance of the two Ninth Order Masters' auras naturally did not escape his notice. Mo Na Yi was actually not surprised by this. Since Black Ink clan had a new royal lord, then the humans could also have new Ninth Order Masters. If he counted Mi Jingluan, the humans had 3 more ninth orders in just the last 20 years. It was unknown whether the 2 new appearances relied on their own accumulation of cultivation to break through, or did so with the help of supreme-grade open heaven pills. If it was the latter, then it did not matter as the number of supreme-grade open heaven pills were limited and would eventually run out. However, if it was the former, then the situation was untenable. The human race had produced several new Ninth Order Masters while the Black Ink clan only gained 1 new Royal Lord. It was obvious which side had the advantage and time would only exacerbate the situation. The Black Ink clan is doomed. Yang Kai taunted. Emonayi scoffed and replied, "Brother Yang underestimates my Black Ink clan." Oh! Yang Kai frowned and continued. "Is it possible that a new Royal Lord appeared in the Black Ink clan? Which one is it? Why doesn't he introduce himself?" Emonayi maintained a straight face. "If that is the case, you will find out eventually." The answer was so flat and plain it was difficult for Yang Kai to determine if there was a new Royal Lord in the Black Ink clan or not. He had carefully checked all parts of the no-return pass previously but did not find anything. He had an ominous feeling when he came to the no-return pass but could not be sure based on that feeling alone. There were so many masters from the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass right now, so if he was not careful, he could find himself in a critical situation regardless of the truth. So, Emonayi lowered his eyes, and his tone suddenly lowered. "That's the end of the small talk." Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "Is it time to fight? No more stalling? I see that your pseudo-royal lords seem to be secretly setting up something. If it's not properly set up, we can chat a while longer." His completely nonchalant attitude made Emonayi's flaming rage burst out as he roared, "Yang Kai, you arrogant bastard, do you really think that the no-return pass is a place where you can come and go as you wish?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously for a long time and then said, "This is the territory of the human race, so of course I can come and go as I please." "Prove it." As soon as Emonayi finished his sentence, the no-return pass hummed in all directions as if there was an invisible power swept through it. In the next instant, this huge stretch underwent a subtle change. This change was extremely inconspicuous, and it was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but Yang Kai only had to scan around to know what happened. He frowned slightly and remarked, "You improved the heaven-sealing earth-locking array?" The Black Ink clan always wanted to use the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array to deal with Yang Kai. However, the spirit array was a bit troublesome to set up and could not be done so quickly. On several occasions, the Black Ink clan would be in the middle of setting up the array when Yang Kai suddenly dashed away or interfered. They could only hope for Yang Kai to stay somewhere long enough for them to finish setting up the array. For example, the first time the Black Ink clan used the 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array was in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. They managed to block the entire Divine Spirit Ancestral Land with it, and a pseudo-royal lord personally led numerous innate territory lords to attack and kill Yang Kai. It would have been disastrous for Yang Kai had he not taken advantage of Ancestral Land's favorable conditions and if the pseudo-royal lord had been more measured. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array, there was no way to limit Yang Kai's space secret techniques, and without limiting his space secret techniques, they had no chance to kill him. While Yang Kai was chatting with Emonayi, some pseudo-royal lords were sneaking around in the background, which Yang Kai naturally noticed. Now, the Black Ink clan had turned the entire no-return pass into a huge trap. Compared to the previous 4 Gates 8 Palaces Great Pagoda array, the current array was undoubtedly better hidden and covered a wider area. Without Yang Kai noticing, the array had already been activated. "Damn!" Yang Kai cursed in contempt. Emonayi coldly snorted. "Don't you humans have a saying, if you often walk next to the river, how can your shoes not get wet? You went on 3 rampages in the no-return pass already. Do you really think that I won't learn from those failures and prepare for today? That's why you always stayed in the no-return pass so that you could trap me here when I came again. It's unbelievable that the Black Ink clan has a talent capable of this. This kind of improvement to the array could only be done by one who had a high attainment in the Tao of Spirit arrays. The Black Ink clan had numerous Black Ink disciples, but they did not have many who were skilled in the Tao of Spirit arrays and Tao of artifact refining. Thus, they were still vastly inferior compared to the humans. However, it had been so many years that if those array masters worked hard enough, they could achieve some gains. It's too late now. Monai raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia. Today you will be buried here. Xianxia glanced around and said grimly, "Aren't you afraid that the high-rank black ink nests in the no-return pass will be destroyed if we fight here?" This was where the Black Ink clan's foundation was located. Although there were still a large number of masters, the presence of the high-rank Black Ink nests here was also a constraint for the Black Ink clan. "That's why I only let 3 pseudo-royal lords come to assist me," Monai replied indifferently. Xianxia looked surprised for a moment before he nodded. "So that's how it is. There were many pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass, but only 3 were participating directly in the battle together with Monai, while the others remained at their posts. They were responsible for guarding the high-rank Black Ink nests in their respective areas. None of them could stand up to Xianxia, but they were more than capable of blocking some shockwaves from hitting the nests. With them stationed here, the high-rank Black Ink nests would most likely not be affected. "Of course, if necessary," Monai said with determination. "There can be more pseudo-royal lords to deal with you." Simply said, "I am prepared to do whatever it takes to kill you today." From these words alone, one could see Monai's determination to eradicate Xianxia. There was nothing left to say as everything was in place on the Black Ink clan side. As such, Xianxia simply decided to follow the flow. He slightly raised his hand, summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, and clenched its shaft. As his Tao strength stirred, the space-time river began to coil around the long spear. His fighting spirit began to boil and his killing intent surged. Xianxia held the spear, pointed it forward, and proclaimed, "Then, let's see how many of your masters I kill before I fall. Begin!" Monai and the 3 pseudo-royal lords lunged forward simultaneously and attacked Xianxia from opposite sides. Xianxia immediately thrust the Azure Dragon Spear forward, sending out a spear shadow filled with Tao strength so powerful that it terrified the pseudo-royal lords. The spear sliced a pseudo-royal lord's body, drew some black blood, and continued its momentum towards Monai's face. Monai roared and his Black Ink strength surged, turning into a protective layer covering his body. However, that barrier was directly pierced by the long spear. At the critical moment, Monai raised his arm and managed to deflect the spear away from his body. The tip of the spear still scratched Monai's face, and Xianxia swiftly made a sweep with it, sending the former flying with a powerful strike. Xianxia was about to give chase when he felt a powerful force coming at him from behind. It was the 3 pseudo-royal lords who attacked together, forcing him to draw back his spear to defend himself. Monai quickly regained his balance but still appeared bewildered. The last time he faced Xianxia head-on was in the Universe Furnace world when Xianxia had just advanced to the 9th Order and he had just become a royal lord. He was almost killed by Xianxia back then, but Meng Ke sacrificed himself for the greater good and helped him to escape. It had been hundreds of years since that encounter. Now, fighting Xianxia once again, Monai suddenly found that this bastard seemed to be a lot stronger than back then. Of course, Xianxia would certainly become stronger after hundreds of years, but likewise Monai was also much stronger than back then. Both of them still had serious injuries back when they first fought, so neither was able to display their peak strength. However, Xianxia had now become much stronger than Monai had expected. He knew how humans cultivated and understood well that a 9th Order master required many years of accumulation to improve themselves. Thus, he could not figure out how Xianxia managed to grow so much in just a few hundred years. Monai thought that one group of 3 pseudo-royal lords together with himself would be enough to deal with Xianxia, but now it seemed that was not sufficient. Unfortunately, he was not prepared to let more pseudo-royal lords come forward to fight against Xianxia, as just adding more bodies may not help the situation. The 3 pseudo-royal lords who were already in a battle formation could only withstand Xianxia's assault for 10 breaths before they started to crumble under his relentless attacks. They had previously fought with other 9th Order masters and basically concluded that if they used a 3 fortunes formation, they would be able to contend with the enemy. Even if they were ultimately outmatched, they did not have to fear dying. However, this killing star seemed to be far more powerful than other 9th Order masters. Fortunately, Mo quickly came over to assist them. Even then, it was just barely enough to contend with Xianxia. The pseudo-royal lords who were tasked with protecting the no-return pass saw this and became concerned and gloomy. It was impossible to realize how powerful Xianxia was until one actually fought him. 3 pseudo-royal lords in a formation could compete with a ninth-order master. That was the standard rule, but now, even with Mo, who was a true royal lord, their power was barely enough to hold Xianxia back. Xianxia was even beginning to gain the upper hand over them, which was a terrifying sight to behold. The battle was fierce and ruthless. Several figures darted around as they fought throughout the no-return pass. Every single attack on Xianxia was well coordinated and powerful, which showed how well prepared the Black Ink clan was for this confrontation. The pseudo-royal lords who were guarding the high-rank Black Ink nests were also able to block all the fallout, leaving the Black Ink nests untouched. As the battle dragged on, the 3 pseudo-royal lords who were fighting became wounded and drained, causing their strength to drop. At that moment, 3 other pseudo-royal lords flew out from the perimeter, formed a battle formation, and joined the fight. Once that happened, the 3 exhausted and wounded pseudo-royal lords made a feint and withdrew. Xianxia remarked in slight surprise. So this is your plan? 3 fresh pseudo-royal lords replaced the 3 who were exhausted. This tag-team tactic was easy for the Black Ink clan to execute and sustain as they had enough pseudo-royal lords to rotate into the fight. As long as the 3 pseudo-royal lord replacements joined the battle smoothly, Xianxia would constantly be under pressure. Since you're using this tactic, why don't you summon more pseudo-royal lords and fight together? Xianxia asked as he thrust his spear at Mo. Mo dodged, coldly snorted, and counterattacked. There's no need for that. The array has been activated, and the no-return pass has been isolated. You want to take me down with minimal effort? That's a good plan. Xianxia raised his brow as he continued his rush towards Mo. Although I have to admit that this tactic is effective, you might have forgotten that there is a major flaw to it. Mo asked indifferently. What? Xianxia replied. The most crucial factor of this plan is you. After all, there is no one to replace you. So what? So... Xianxia's aura suddenly changed and became exceedingly violent. All I have to do is kill you. The space-time river, which had wrapped around the Azure Dragon Spear, suddenly turned into another spear which had the Tao strengths attached and shot out towards the 3 pseudo-royal lords to block all their attacks. Simultaneously, Xianxia thrust out his Azure Dragon Spear and charged at Mo. Mo's expression changed as he realized that Xianxia had not exerted his full strength, causing him to stare at his opponent in total disbelief. How could he have grown so much in just a few hundred years? However, Mo could not afford to think about it at this moment. Xianxia had obviously grown significantly, but he too had not idled in the last few hundred years and had also grown stronger. Though not as much as Xianxia, his cultivation was completely consolidated now. He was able to fight back and not just be on the receiving end of Xianxia's killing blows. Black ink strength rumbled as a giant black ink cloud billowed, enveloping a huge portion of the void. The black ink cloud resonated with Mo's roar. How long can you last like that? He could see that Xianxia had used some kind of secret technique to boost his strength, but such secret techniques always had limitations. Xianxia immediately snarled. Not for long, but it's enough to kill you. Come. The two taunted each other like petulant children within the black ink cloud, confusing the pseudo-royal lords at the no-return pass. Xianxia was fighting alone while the human race army and the Black Ink clan army were engaged in a chaotic melee on the perimeter of the no-return pass. While the humans were woefully outnumbered, they seemed to have the upper hand. Moreover, Black Ink clan's tactical situation was different from that of the humans. The humans had pure Yang Pass outside the battlefield coordinating their movements. Precise orders were issued from pure Yang Pass to all parts of the battlefield. So the soldiers only needed to follow these directives and the entire human race army became like a tightly knit entity. They advanced and retreated together, providing assistance to each other whenever needed. On the other hand, Mo and Mo were both fully engaged in the fighting. Mo had anticipated the situation before the war started and had informed several of his subordinates to take over commanding the Black Ink clan Grand Army. However, they did not have enough experience, and their tactical and strategic thinking were lacking. They did not stand a chance against the battle-hardened veteran Mi Jingluan. If the Black Ink clan did not have the geographic advantage as the defensive side, and could not immediately receive reinforcements, they would have lost the battle already. However, the humans also had their concerns. Despite the fact that they had the advantage in essentially all aspects of this battle, the Black Ink clan still had the two Black Ink giant spirit gods which were eyeing them dangerously. These two beings were wary of Ada and Aer, who were still in the barren territory, and dared not move from the no-return pass just yet. However, they could still launch attacks remotely. Even the simplest attack from a Black Ink giant spirit god was so powerful that it could not be underestimated, and many humans had already been slaughtered by them. Thus, it was unrealistic for the humans to think that they could retake the no-return pass in a single battle. Just as the Black Ink clan had a clear understanding of the situation between the two sides, so did the humans. The deciding factor of the war between the two races was the four giant spirit gods. Whoever could solve the other's giant spirit gods first would seize an irreversible advantage. However, how could either army even attempt to solve the giant spirit gods of the other side? The biggest gain so far for the human race was the Black Ink clan army feigning an attack on Puryong Pass, exposing their backs to the humans' reserve force. Outside Puryong Pass, the 12 pseudo-royal lords had led a million-strong Black Ink clan army towards the rear command post of the human race army before suddenly turning around and heading to a weak spot in the humans' offensive. Seeing this, Mi Jingluan ordered the two newly promoted 9th Order Masters to lead 208th Order Masters to pursue them. The Black Ink clan army, which wanted to coordinate with their clansmen in the no-return pass, was suddenly set upon by these human masters. The 12 pseudo-royal lords naturally saw this situation, but instead of confronting the enemy in the open, they ordered their army to escape back to the safety of the no-return pass. Unfortunately, this resulted in half of their subordinates being slaughtered. Mi Jingluan looked at the situation on the battlefield from Puryong Pass and sighed. After this fight with the Black Ink clan, he realized that the enemy had more strength than he had expected. Unlike the Black Ink clan, who did not care about their casualties, every human soldier was a rare warrior. Taking the no-return pass was just the beginning. The humans still had to go to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If too many were killed or critically wounded in retaking the no-return pass, how could they embark on the next part of the plan? So, when Mi Jingluan dispatched the army for this battle, he had emphasized the principle of preserving their war potential rather than maximizing the damage to the Black Ink clan. He endeavored not to have severe losses in the army, especially among the high-ranking Open Heaven Realm Masters. At this point in the battle, the humans certainly had the absolute upper hand. However, without resolving the Black Ink giant spirit gods, there was no way to retake the no-return pass. If they continued the fight unabated, there would definitely be more casualties. In such an intensely violent battlefield, every soldier would consume a lot of strength. Additionally, the medicinal efficacies of the purifying Black Ink pills, which were taken in advance, were time-limited. With so many dead Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield, creating massive amounts of Black Ink clouds, the protective effects of the purifying Black Ink pills were being constantly eroded. Once the medicinal efficacies of the purifying Black Ink pills failed, it would be difficult to fight in an environment filled with Black Ink strength. Mi Jingluan could not help but turn his head and look at the depths of the no-return pass, where he vaguely saw several figures in the midst of a fierce battle. Upon seeing this, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Concealing one's ability by feigning weakness?" Unlike Mo Na Yi, Mi Jingluan was aware of Yang Kai's actual strength, as he had discussed this with the latter recently. After 20 years of cultivating with the power of the two Open Heaven Realm cradles, Yang Kai's strength was vastly superior to what it used to be. With Yang Kai's current strength, he should not have any problems killing Mo Na Yi, even if 3 pseudo-royal lords were assisting the latter. However, the battle seemed to be an even struggle. Clearly, Yang Kai did not use his full strength, as he was intending to conceal the extent of his abilities. Mi Jingluan naturally was not worried about Yang Kai's safety. Before the battle started, Yang Kai approached Mi Jingluan and chatted with him privately, planning for various scenarios, including the current situation he was in. Mi Jingluan naturally knew why Yang Kai decided to feign weakness, even to the extent of letting Mo Na Yi live. Revealing his true strength to Mo Na Yi was not advantageous at this moment. It was far more important for the humans to deal with the two black ink giant spirit gods. Yang Kai decided to conceal his ability and only strike at the critical moment against the black ink giant spirit gods. After a few more moments of watching, Mi Jingluan withdrew his gaze and said to himself, "We've met our objective." The officers around him immediately focused and waited for the order to be given. The next moment, Mi Jingluan declared, "Pass down the order. All armies are to retreat and regroup at Puryang Pass." "Yes, sir." The messages were immediately sent to all the armies. At the same time, Puryang Pass, which had been outside the battlefield, also moved and pressed forward in the direction of the no-return pass as all its artifacts came to life. Mi Jingluan then flew up and rushed towards the battlefield. As a Ninth Order master, he should have already taken to the battlefield to kill the enemy. However, he had to remain behind to direct the army's movements. Now that the battle was coming to an end, there was not much more for him to do. The human army only needed to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner according to the original plan. So Mi Jingluan could finally put down the heavy burden of command and go to the battlefield to act as a lone Ninth Order master. At the same time as Puryang Pass began moving, on the battlefield inside the no-return pass, Yang Kai muttered, "It's about time." Puryang Pass heading to the battlefield was a signal for the retreat of the human race army, and Yang Kai knew it well. Although he had been fighting alone, he was still taking advantage of the momentum of the human army. At that moment, Yang Kai's extremely fierce attacks suddenly slowed down, and he held a stoic expression. Across from him, Mo Na Yi was drenched in cold sweat, as he felt like he just escaped from the gates of death. He did not expect Yang Kai's explosive assault to last so long and had almost not survived the onslaught. His body was covered with wounds now, and even though they were not life-threatening, it made him look quite disheveled. There had also already been several rounds of pseudo-royal lords who rotated in and out of the battlefield. He was secretly relieved that Yang Kai stopped his attacks at this point. Otherwise, once he was killed, the pseudo-royal lords would have to face Yang Kai on their own. Once that happened, the high-rank black ink nests would suffer heavy losses, which would make the entire war situation untenable. "Mo Na Yi," Yang Kai said after he adjusted his breathing. "Let me show you something." Mo Na Yi kept his cool and remained silent, while he continued his attacks with the three pseudo-royal lords in a pincer move. "Your heaven-sealing earth-locking array." As Yang Kai spoke, the space-time river once again coiled around the azure dragon spear. He then thrust his spear into the void, causing an eruption of space principles that shattered the local space. "It's useless against me now," Yang Kai declared. With the spear's thrust and the diffusion of space principles, there was a sound of something shattering, and immediately afterwards, the space around the no-return pass began to crack in a spiderweb pattern. The Black Ink clan had tried to use the Four Gates Eight Palaces Great Pagoda array several times to deal with Yang Kai, so naturally he was prepared for this. Even before he entered the no-return pass alone, Yang Kai considered the possibility of this grand array being set up to trap him. However, Yang Kai was not worried about such trifles now. He would have been wary of a heaven-sealing earth-locking array 700 years ago, as, at that time, if the local space he was in was really isolated, he would be in a lot of trouble. Unless he killed all the Black Ink clansmen inside and broke open the array, it would be impossible for him to use instantaneous movement to escape. But he was not the same as back then. In the Universe Furnace, he had broken through to the Ninth Order Master, and his strength had dramatically increased after his retreat over the past 20 years. In addition, Yang Kai refined and devoured various Tao strengths in the Infinite River in the Universe Furnace world. It was also there that he realized his own space-time river was actually the condensed manifestation of all his Tao strengths. With the power of the space-time river, Yang Kai could easily break through the heaven-sealing earth-locking array arranged by the Black Ink clan, ruining their plans. Another point was that this array was only made by some Black Ink disciples with mediocre attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays at best. Thus, the array they produced was not too effective. If it had been the great grandmaster of the human race that devised and set up an array to use against Yang Kai, it would have been more troublesome, but the Four Gates Eight Palaces Great Pagoda array was still easy to break free from. From the start of the battle today, Xianxia could have broken the array at any moment he chose to. What he said about, "Let's see how many of your masters can I kill before I fall," before the fighting started was simply meant to mislead Immortality. Immortality was absolutely shocked the moment the heaven-sealing earth-locking array was shattered. He did not know much about spirit arrays, so he did not expect this one, which he had such high hopes for, to not affect Xianxia at all. As such, he and the 3 pseudo-royal lords who had teamed up with him launched a desperate attack. This seemed to be a worsening situation, and it was obviously unwise to continue after knowing that it was impossible to contain Xianxia. However, considering that Xianxia was also feigning weakness, there was no reason why Immortality would choose not to take advantage of him when he seemed to be suffering backlash from some kind of sacrificial secret technique. Murderous thoughts flashed through his mind, but Xianxia suppressed his urge to kill Immortality here and now. Instead, he just summoned a bit of strength to block Immortality's blow, making it appear as if the two of them were now evenly matched. The 3 pseudo-royal lords in their formation also attacked from the side, but Xianxia simply thrust his spear out to force them back. A single thrust was enough to block these 3. After all, Xianxia was stronger than the other Ninth Order masters and royal lords by a large margin. Even though he was busy fending off Immortality, the power of this spear could not be underestimated by the 3 pseudo-royal lords. However, as Xianxia swung his spear, the leader of the 3 pseudo-royal lords actually raised his hand to block the blow. The moment contact was made, the pseudo-royal lord's aura changed subtly. Xianxia could not help but be stunned for a moment and quickly cursed in his heart. Even though he had been careful enough, he did not expect to fall for Immortality's tricks in the end. He had to admit that Immortality was a cunning and highly intelligent foe. The main reason for this admiration was that Xianxia had realized that the pseudo-royal lord, who was leading the charge towards him, was not a pseudo-royal lord. He was a true royal lord. This caught him off guard. However, Xianxia was ready for such surprises. When he came to the Northern Pass more than 20 years ago, Xianxia realized that new royal lords would soon be born in the Black Ink clan, and over the past 20 or so years the humans managed to gain 2 new Ninth Order masters, so how could the Black Ink clan lag behind? It was not certain a new royal lord had risen, but there was still a good chance at least one had appeared. When Immortality answered Xianxia's probing question previously, it was difficult for him to conclude anything. However, he still held the mindset that he would rather believe that there was at least one more. With such a mindset, Xianxia was constantly on guard against any unknown royal lord who might be lurking and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He subconsciously felt that if a new royal lord appeared in the Black Ink clan, he would be hiding somewhere, looking for an opening to attack him. However, Immortality chose to hide the new royal lord in plain sight, among a group of pseudo-royal lords. There were not many differences in terms of the auras of a royal lord and a pseudo-royal lord. What set the two apart was that a pseudo-royal lord could not control their strength completely. As a result, a pseudo-royal lord could only exert about 70 to 80% of their full strength, despite possessing the foundation of an actual royal lord. It was like 2 identical wells of water, but the lengths of rope used to draw up water were different. Since one rope was shorter, it could not access the well's entire water supply. This was the difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord. This meant that as long as a true royal lord simply released his own aura wildly, it was basically impossible to differentiate him from a pseudo-royal lord. Even if he was in a fight, as long as he intentionally held back part of his strength, he would not reveal any flaws. So, it was only when he started to attack that Xianxia realized that among these 3 pseudo-royal lords, there was a true royal lord. This was what Xianxia did not expect. He had been distracted, monitoring the movement all around him, lest a royal lord suddenly popped out of nowhere. However, he never anticipated that a true royal lord was actually lurking right next to him this whole time. This arrangement was extremely clever and was definitely Immortal's idea. According to Immortal's instructions, 3 pseudo-royal lords would join him in suppressing Xianxia, and so far, several batches of pseudo-royal lords had rotated in and out of this battle. After establishing a kind of routine, even if Xianxia was that astute, he would gradually become blind to such a possibility. Of course, Xianxia was doing something similar in trying to conceal his abilities by feigning weakness. Consciously having to hold back was actually an additional burden on him, which left him somewhat distracted. There was no point in blaming himself at this point, though. The two royal lords were close at hand, with one of them in the midst of a violent attack. In Yang Kai's current weakened state, it was impossible to dodge the incoming blow. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as Yang Kai as he weighed between continuing with the deception or revealing his true strength, counterattacking, and taking Mo Yi and the new royal lord by surprise. In the end, though, he restrained his murderous intent. The next moment, the new royal lord's fist found its way through Yang Kai's guard and struck his chest. This punch was so powerful that it almost caved Yang Kai's chest in, and a mouthful of fresh golden blood spurted out, turning into a thick mist of blood. Yang Kai swung his fist back to repel his new foe before sweeping at him with his spear, forcing the new royal lord to dodge out of the way. Mo Yi was surprised that the heaven-sealing earth-locking array was broken by Yang Kai, but his original plan still worked out, which made up for the embarrassment. While Yang Kai was fighting with Di Luo, he raised his hand and black ink strength broke through the void, aiming at the back of the former's head. If this blow landed, it would be disastrous for Yang Kai. Mo Yi appeared exuberant and eagerly awaited what was to come. However, at this critical moment, Yang Kai unexpectedly swung his azure dragon spear behind his head and blocked the fierce blow precisely. Mo Yi immediately realized what was happening and yelled, "Don't let him get away!" As he shouted, he used his aura to shake the void, and the nearby black ink masters did the same. However, when Mo Yi and Di Luo pounced towards Yang Kai again, the latter's figure faded away. Without the heaven-sealing earth-locking array, there was no way to limit Yang Kai's instantaneous movement. Even Mo Yi's aura could only interfere slightly with it. As a result of the interference, Yang Kai showed up not far away and failed to completely escape from the no-return pass. At this moment, he was in a terrible state with his chest sunken considerably and his body covered in blood. His aura was so diminished that it seemed like he might die at any moment. However, Mo Yi knew Yang Kai very well. To a divine dragon, recovering from even such serious injuries was not an issue. The only way to ensure Yang Kai was dead was to kill him on the spot. Moreover, as soon as he saw Yang Kai's current location, which was close to the territory gate, he realized what his nemesis was planning. At this moment, Yang Kai had only two options to flee. One was to break through the Black Ink clan's defense line and escape towards the human race army. As long as the humans sent some masters to assist him, he could ensure his own safety. He was able to sneak into the no-return pass silently with the help of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability. But now that so many masters from the Black Ink clan were locked onto him, he could not escape using the same tactic. As such, it was difficult for him to sneak his way out of the no-return pass. If he tried to fight his way out now, though, Mo Yi would surely notice something was off and reassess his strength. Thus, he had only one option left, which was to escape via the territory gate which led to the barren territory.